Evening, I would like to welcome everyone here. Today is Monday, March 6, 2023. It's a claim committee meeting, so I would like to call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Present?
Councilman Paplaskas, Councilman Ferry,
Present.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Present.
Council Vice President Lamas, Vargas, Council President Marino.
Present.
Thank you. I would like to have a motion to go into executive session.
Through
So
the chair-
moved.
Through the chair, we need a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting.
Sorry. Oh, yeah, so, okay, can I have a motion to approve the meetings of the last meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? No? No discussion? Please, Madam Clerk, take the roll.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano, Council President Marino.
Yes.
All right, so is there any public hearings? Not in the chamber or online?
No public comment.
Right, so I would like to go to pursuant of Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5, to prospective and actual litigation matters as listed on the agenda in the sections that follow to go into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Council Campiano, Council President Marino.
Yes.
At this time, we're going into the executive session. Out of the executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Please, Madam Clerk, take the roll.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
We did take vote at the executive section. I would like to have a motion to seal the minutes.
So moved.
Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas, Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
All right. So now I would like to ask a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
All right. Any opposed? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The committee is adjourned.
Okay, the Safety Services meeting will start in about 3 minutes. This is Monday, March 6th. I'd like to call the Safety Services and Licenses Committee meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please take a roll. Sorry.
Councilman Ferry,
Present.
Council Vice President Vargas, Councilwoman Jermaine,
Present.
Councilman Donegan,
Present.
Council Campiano,
Present.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Present.
Council President Marino.
Present.
I'd like to have a motion to approve the prior minute prior meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilman Ferry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
yes,
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we do have a lot on the agenda tonight, so please bear with me. I've tried to prepare myself best I can. First, we have committee business matters carried over. I'd like to ask, is there anyone here from the Spot Bar and Grill? Anyone online from the Spot Bar and Grill, please raise your hand. Okay, I'd like to have a motion to remove the Spot Bar and Grill Class BV liquor license and Spot Bar and Grill victualling license removed from the agenda until further notice.
So moved.
Ken?
Any discussion? Councilman Donegan?
Thank you, Chairman. My only question through the chair to the clerk's office, would removing them from the docket require any form of new application to be processed? And the ask is, I don't, they've been here in every other meeting, just don't want them to have to duplicate any of their efforts or duplicate any sort of processing fee that they might be.
Can I refer that to council?
Through the chair, I think the better way to go here, when you say motion to remove it, it's very similar, I think, to laying it on the table, which creates a whole other procedural morass, so to speak. I recall this one. This is the one with Attorney Hanley came in and there were various documents that were missing. That was a month ago, so I don't know if anything more has been produced, if it's just a question of maybe one or two more documents. I know they were working on it. I think it might be better, and this is up to the committee, perhaps to just either put this out to the April meeting or maybe even the May meeting and just, keep track of it.
Okay, so I'd like to have a motion to move this to the May Safety Services meeting.
So moved.
second,
Any discussion?
I'm sorry, Chairman. The only thing, I guess I would prefer April because we can just continue it in April. If they were to come in April with their materials in hand, I wouldn't want to delay the opening of their.
I had a discussion with Miranda this afternoon about this, and they are, in all essence, they're a mile away from being finished with this, and it's going to take way more than 30 days, in her opinion.
Then May sounds appropriate.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please take a roll on moving this to May's Safety Services agenda, both the victualling license and the liquor license.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
yes,
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Next committee business matter carried over is the Cater Group LLC. Is there anyone here from the Cater Group LLC? If you could please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Fraz Kader, Fraz Kader. I'm from Best Way at 280 Atwood Avenue, Cranston, Rhode Island, 02920.
Okay, as far as I understand from talking to Miranda this afternoon, you have everything you need and she has everything you need for us to vote on your license tonight.
Yes,
So is there anything else you'd like to add? Any comments you'd like to make?
just to thank you guys from last month to giving me enough time to get everything done. And that's it. I'm already shaking, so that's probably the most.
Please don't. I know this is like the third time you've been in front of us, so for now, it'll be the last, hopefully. May I have a motion to approve for discussion purposes?
motion to approve,
Second.
Any discussion from the committee? No discussion. Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Council Campiano,
Yes.
Council Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Next item on here, is a matter that's carried over. This is the discussion regarding issues and complaints of vibration allegedly from the, Edgewood Laundromat. Now, I know there are people in the audience that want to testify publicly about this. So would you recommend that I move this to public hearings, or can I have discussion on it now out of order?
Well, it's listed on the agenda in this particular place, but I mean, it's certainly within the purview of the committee, whether it wants to address it now or say, take it out of order and move it to the end, and take care of the other business that's faster. It's really up to the committee.
All right, okay, I'm gonna do something a little odd. Show of hands of anyone that's here to speak about Edgewood Laundromat tonight. Okay, may I please have a motion to move this out of order, to take the agenda out of order?
So moved.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a roll to take the agenda out of order.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes,
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
okay, we are gonna, address that matter later in the meeting. Please, thank you. The reason I'm doing that is there are businesses here that are looking to get their licenses renewed and other topics that are gonna pretty much, come first, and we'll let those people leave so we can have that discussion. Okay, next. Public hearings. Is there anyone here in council chambers that would like to have public testimony on any matters on the agenda except for the Edgewood Laundromat? Please step forward. Please state your name and address for the record, please, and speak clearly into the microphone.
Hi, my name is Carl DeRosa. I'm the general manager of Lang's Bolorama, and the address is 225 Niantic Ave, 02907.
Okay, so the floor is yours.
Well, we're here just to ask for some help from the city to help with the trucking problem on Kenwood Road. It's out of control. It's been that way for over 2 years. We work very hard to make the Bolin Center we work very hard. And another thing on my list, to call the police department every day to see 15 to 20 tractor trailers blocking all the businesses and the view of our building. We're lucky enough to be on Kenwood or in North Niantic, but the view of that building, of all the people on Route 10 it's a very big part of our business. And there's nothing worse than seeing tractor trailers blocking everything. And it's been this way for a long time. I give up. I don't call the police department. I don't have the time. And we just want help. That's all. And I'm pleading for some help on this. And it's a very dirty mess. If you want to all just come on by anytime. I clean up about 1,000 feet every week of garbage, whatever's thrown from these folks. And we're not against anybody that's in business to, it's just not right. It's 2-hour parking. And there's been trucks, the same truck parked there for 3 months. And so I don't know if the tickets that are given out, when they are given out, if they're not big enough or something needs to happen. The city did put in many more 2-hour parking signs. And we just want help. It's plain and simple. And I'm speaking on behalf of the owners of the Bolin Center, Dave and Rich Lang. And honestly, I'll leave it at this. It's just I work hard. I work 80 hours a week. Bolin, from September to April, that's our business. That's when we make all our money. And to have just these more things on your list of things to do in a daily work, it drives me crazy. So I thank you for your time, and any help that you could be given to us and all the businesses off the road would greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Just to explain something to you, I know you got to get back to work, so you're probably going to leave. Later on in the meeting, we will have a discussion as a committee about this topic and even ask maybe the administration if should they be here to weigh in on it. And we are going to do that, but we can't do that now and go back and forth with questions. This is just public hearing. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to testify on any item on the agenda this evening? Please step forward. And please state your name and address for the record and speak directly into the microphone. You can bend that down if you'd like. Up to 4 minutes.
Hello, my name is Alfred Schoninger. I live at 7 Scotland Road, Cranston, Rhode Island. Been there for 50 years. I want to thank you for once again giving me the opportunity to speak to you regarding the Cranston Police Gun Range. It's been over 2.5 years since we first requested something be done to Senator Gallo and State Representative Baginski. Sorry if I pronounced any of them names wrong. About the larger guns being used, the louder noise they make, and the health effects from them. Also major concerns on how the range has outgrown its current facility for the past 75 years it's been there. Since then, we've been lied to, brushed off, ignored, and so far denied the opportunity to sit down with council members to talk, or even given any realistic solution to our concerns. We get to say our concerns, but nothing happens. Once again, very simply, my question to you is this. What cities and states are allowed to shoot there now? If more than Cranston, who pays for it? Where does the money go? Been trying to research that, can't get nothing. My second question would be this. Are they going to close the range or are they going to move it? You know, you've been saying a lot of stuff to us about $2 million here. You wanted to try to put it on COVID. Let's be realistic now and let's help us out. Third question has 2 parts to it. If they do remain open, and are you going to request the test of the soil and the water runoff of all that lead pollution, of the thousands of bullets that are still sitting there for the past 75 years for the health of the Cranston residents? Are you going to do that? We just need a yes or a no. And the other one is, are you going to request a test of the sound levels that are clearly over in unacceptable levels allowed and can endanger our hearing and mental health? And I just need about 20 more seconds. I want to play you this. Because this is what we hear all the time. This is only 20 seconds of it. We hear this 2 minutes going all the time. One after another. With the scenes of getting the time, start 8 in the morning, we're getting the time. We hear it for 2 minutes on and on. We hope this council can step up and take the appropriate action necessary for the health and the welfare of the citizens of Ward 5. Thank you so much for your time. Sorry about that. Knocked your ball off. Thank you again.
Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to speak on any item on the agenda? Please come forward, state your name and address for the record, and speak directly into the microphone.
Can you hear me? Hi, my name is Lauren Pregoni. Good evening, everyone. I come before the council tonight with my neighbors and community to once again address the egregious and unrelenting gunfire that plagues my neighborhood. As you are all well aware, that my neighbor just made you all aware of if you weren't, the noise from the gunfire is incredibly loud and disruptive to all life nearby the range. But tonight I'd like to specifically address a couple of items. So the city council has recently acknowledged, even so tonight, there's a noise nuisance because of a laundromat in Edgewood. The council even stated that the noise impacted residents' quality of life. Council members stated to these neighbors that your problem is our problem, with a lot of empathy. Yet when we've addressed this in the past at other council meetings, we've been met with minimal empathy, if any, and also at best, pushback from the Cranston PD. So to me, it's very clear where the interests lie. And secondly, up until now, there's been minimal movement on the city's action to address this. I know there's been some concerns with funding. I know there's been additional concerns that precede my time even living in the neighborhood, but I want to know what the city's action plan is to remedy this persistent and significant health issue that the gunfire presents to the community and the egregious sound that is just incredibly disruptive to life, not just even us as a community of humans, but all of the wildlife that lives in the area as well. So yeah, I would like a follow-up on an action plan because to this point, it feels like the needle has yet to be moved. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in council chambers wishing to testify on anything on the agenda this evening?
Hello, everyone. It's good. Martha DeMeo, 69 Laconia Road. 15 months ago, Mayor Hopkins singled me out, looked at me directly in a room full of people, and he said to me, "Do you trust me to get this done?" What he was referring to was $4 million that he committed to building an indoor shooting range across from the schools. If you recall, so 2 million he thought would come from ARPA and 2 million would be put on the backs of the taxpayers. If you recall, ARPA funds had just been announced in December of 2021. It was clear to anyone who did a cursory reading of the guidelines that a state-of-the-art shooting range does not prepare us for the next pandemic. But no one questioned that. Mr. Hopkins, no one questioned Mr. Hopkins on that. So we wasted 15 months. There's something else that wasn't questioned, $4 million. You all know $2 million is what it's going to take to build a gazebo and a few bocce ball courts. How is $4 million going to build a state-of-the-art shooting range? Hopkins is just learning that now. Here we are 15 months later. But these 15 months haven't been a total waste because 3 things were learned. Number 1, we have a public health emergency. Here is a printout of the ARPA application. Chief Wenquist, Colonel Wenquist, put his name on this document. He checked off the box, noise pollution control, public health emergency. So no fear or favor. You all can question with what is going to be done for Ward 5. Number 2, physical and psychological harm. You learned what gunfire, this kind of noise pollution, what it does to the human body. You all received this open letter from Dr. Melissa Jenkins Mangelli, a neuropsychologist with a specialty in brain trauma. She writes, outcomes include anxiety, depression, high blood pressure, heart disease, possible hearing loss, and tinnitus. And she also calls that is unacceptable to continue to barrage residents and students with assault on their physical and mental health for any length of time. Number three, the lead. You learned about the toxins 60, 70 years, whatever, however many years it went in. 60 years of lead in the air, water, and soil. You learned about bullet casings being found as far away as Oakland Avenue and all around the schools. Providence spent $3 million in 2017 to clean up their range. How much toxins, how much pollution is in Meshadicat? And why? Why are other cities allowed to come to my neighborhood and pollute my neighborhood? Is that not a burden? Is that any different than the burden you all fought for Ward 6? The supposedly burden for Ward 6, but my neighborhood gets to be polluted. So now what? You're gonna learn when the city gives their report, the ARPA money isn't coming. And you're also gonna learn the bond money hasn't been allocated. The solicitor told you, you have the power of the city to protect the health and welfare and the morals of the citizens. You need to hear what Mr. Moretti is going to give you in the update, and you need to ask him pointed questions, the same questions you asked about the washing machines. You need to express the same dismay about our quality of life and the irreparable harm being inflicted on us. We can't be placated anymore. 7 years has been going by. We've been promised about grants. I'll just wrap this up. And you can ask Mr. Papalopoulos about the grant he promised me 7 years ago. You can't kick this down the road any longer. Too much is on the line. So I'm going to leave you with this. Something Mr. Papalopoulos said, my Ward 5 councilman said about the washing machines. He said, it sounds like they have outgrown the location. Is that not true about the shooting range? Have they outgrown the location? And what are you going to do about it? Something needs to be done here tonight. We can't leave without an answer tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to testify on any documented topic on the agenda this evening? Yes, please. Thank you. All right, is anyone on Zoom that wishes to testify on any documented item this evening?
No public comment.
Okay. I thank all of you that showed up to testify, and I'd like to, at this time, close public hearings. Next, we have an auto repair license, Chapin Auto Service, 1650 Cranston Street. Is there anyone here from that establishment? My conversation with Miranda this afternoon on the auto repair license for Chapin Auto Service is that everything is all set according to the clerk's office. So I'd like to have a motion to approve that
So moved.
license.
Second,
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Reno.
Yes.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is an extended hours license for Seasons Corner Market on 2050 Plainfield Pike. Is there anyone present here from Seasons Corner Market at this time? You have two different items on the agenda tonight. So if you would please come forward. Where's this? The second item is Hold on one second, please. Oh, it's extended. Okay. Okay, the victualling license also on here tonight. So if you wanted to speak on both of those matters at this, wait a minute, hold on a second. It's not a victualling license. Oh, it's Seasons Corner Market. You're waiting for a certificate of occupancy from the Rhode Island Department of Health, correct? Okay, so if you want to address that and also the extended hours.
That is correct. Thank you. Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Attorney David Webster from the law firm of Adler, Pollock and Sheehan, located at One Citizens Plaza in Providence, Rhode Island. On behalf of Colbia Enterprises LLC, the owner of the property located at 2050 Plainfield Pike in Cranston. As many of you members are familiar with the project, brief background, Colbia brought the property back in May of 2022. The current use of the property is that of an auto body repair shop and office space. Colbia has received the approvals required from the City of Cranston Development Plan Review, the Zoning Board of Review, the Planning Commission, and the City Council Public Works Committee to raise the existing building and restructure the layout of the property, to build a new Seasons Corner Market convenience store, gas station with co-brand coffee shop, 10 fueling stations, 2 EV charging stations, and a high-speed diesel pump. As previously discussed in connection with the redevelopment of the property, we're requesting tonight an extended hours of operation license to be open 24 hours a day. This will enhance the use of the store, being able to service travelers and commercial trucks passing through Interstate 295 and Plainfield Pike throughout all hours of the day. This will also bring the property and the convenience store more in line with other convenience stores and gas stations in the area. One moment, please. As also discussed, we're requesting a victualling license for the property as well this evening. As previously noted, we are missing or have open items, the certificate of occupancy, the Rhode Island Department of Health retail sales permit, and the Rhode Island Department of Health final inspection, which have not been provided yet to the committee. This would be due to the fact that the redevelopment of the property is in its early stages and the store has not been built yet. We therefore respectfully request that the committee would issue an approval to the city clerk under the conditions that the receipt of the certificate of occupancy, the retail sales permit, and the final inspection will be issued before the issuance of the permit from the clerk. Thank you.
Okay, if I may ask you a question. So you are not ready to open yet, obviously.
That is correct.
Okay.
So we're looking to open in 2020, or it should open in 2023, but we're not exactly sure when the redevelopment is going to occur.
It's not common practice for us to approve a victualling license if, in fact, the establishment you haven't even finished construction yet and you're not ready to open. So we would probably prefer to move that item down the road. So you have a better estimate of when you would want this back on the docket for a vote.
So my only question to you would be in regards to the timeline of getting the certificate of occupancy and the health permit. So that would be very close to, if not a few days before the opening. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
If I can ask the clerk's office, what the normal procedure would be, if he had all of these 3 certificates right now and the building was built and everything, how long would it take for him to get the actual license so he could have his grand opening?
If you had all the approvals, you could pick up the license tomorrow.
Okay, and I only asked because, so we would have to get those approvals and then petition to be on the next committee meeting, which would sort of delay the timeline of serving food at the premises.
So if you keep in communications with the clerk's office and give them a timeline, they will know when to put this back onto the docket.
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't really see any need for us to approve anything that's on the docket for this tonight.
Okay.
But, and we want to make sure that you are able to open when you do. So your communication with the clerk's office is the major component of this. So if
Okay.
you keep in touch with them, we'll see to it that it's on the docket and voted on in a timely manner to give you your opening.
Okay, thank you. Could we continue for 1 month's time so that we'll have a little bit better understanding of what the construction timeline will look like?
Would it be more sensible to maybe do it in 60 days?
That's fine.
Okay, so I need a motion to move both items on the agenda tonight for Seasons Corner Market 2050 Plainfield Pike to the May Safety Services meeting.
Motion to continue all matters regarding Seasons Corner Market 2050 Plainfield Pike to the May Safety Services and Licensing Committee meeting.
Second.
Any discussion from the committee or council people? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll be in touch.
Council Chair, can I ask that the extended hours permit be heard or voted on this evening as all materials are already submitted for that?
We just voted to extend that to May.
Okay.
So we can vote on that in May if in fact the other stuff isn't ready.
And there won't be any requirement to submit additional materials at that time?
Will there be any requirement to submit any additional materials at that time?
Not that I know, not aware of, but we can't issue a license to an establishment that's not even built yet. Even for the extended hours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is new matters before the committee. First up, we have a boxing license, new, for Classic Entertainment and Sport, which will be hosted at the Parker Theater and Event Center. And there are 4 dates on here, 3/25/23, 5/20/23, 8/19/23, from 1 to 4 p.m. and 7 to 10 p.m. This is the Park Theater and Event Center, 848 Park Avenue. Do I have a motion to approve for
Motion to approve.
discussion?
And to approve.
Second.
Okay, is there anyone here from Classic Entertainment and Sport?
Jimmy Birchfield Jr. for Classic Entertainment and Sports.
Okay, if you want to state your case to the committee.
Sure. Thank you for your time. We've applied for a license for a 3-event series, March 25, May 20, and August 19th. It'll be a pro-am card, amateur fights during the day, pro cards at night. We working very closely with the venue as far as safety and security goes. We will have a private security company working that evening, as that day and evening of the event, as well as whatever requirements are for fire and police.
Any discussion from the committee or council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Congratulations. Next, we have victualling license. New victualling licenses. I can never say that word correctly. First is Edgewood Donuts, LLC, DBA Dunkin' Donuts. Is anyone here from that establishment? Would you please step forward, state your name and address for the record? Are you representing all of these Dunkin' Donuts?
All 4, yes.
All 4? Okay, thank you.
John Catalfamo, CATALFAMO, 15 Meadowlark Drive, Cranston.
You could please explain to us,
Yeah, I represent the owner of the newly acquired Dunkin' stores, their existing stores. And we'd just like to get the victualling license transferred into our name.
so these are all 4 establishments that are already in business and they're already open and you're just changing ownership.
Correct.
Okay.
Nothing else is changing.
Any, can I have a motion to approve? Well, hold on. Can we do this as a block? I'd like to have a motion to treat these 4 Dunkin' Donuts as a block.
So moved.
TM as a
To the
block.
chair. I see. Do we have the certificate of occupancy? I see we done the perfect final. Do we have all of those? Oh,
We're talking just about the 4 Dunkin' Donuts. So we have a first and a second on that. Any discussion on taking it as a block? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes?
Councilman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, now do I have a motion to approve the block?
Motion to approve the block.
Second.
Any discussion on approving the block? Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes?
Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
You're all set.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Sweet Green, 111 Hillside Road. Is there anyone from that establishment present? Please state your name and address for the record.
Name is Sanjay Baidya. Address is 111.
Could you please spell your last name for the stenographer?
Sure, it's B as a Bob, A-I, D as a David, Y-A. Address is 111 Hillside Road, Cranston, 02920. Hillside Road.
Floor is yours.
Yeah, so Sweet Green is a fast casual restaurant. We serve salads and warm bowls and, looking for a CV licensing.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve for discussion?
And open for discussion.
Anyone on the council have any questions for the applicant? I spoke with the clerk's office today and I was told that everything is all set for this application.
Through the chair, if I may.
Yes, you may.
Chairman, it does say that there is a Department of Health final inspection that's scheduled for March 20th. Is that true, sir?
Correct.
So as the committee knows, myself and Attorney Angel have given the legal opinion that all documents and all requirements should be met before the licenses are actually issued. Now, to be consistent, I think we would have to take that same position, but I will say this. It appears here that there is a date certain. It's one document. I certainly don't want to set a precedent here with what we just saw with Seasons. I want them coming back and saying, well, if you did it for them, why can't you do it for us? But I do think this might be factually slightly different because, as I said, there is an inspection with a date certain and it is only one document. So it's not like it's this open-ended question that we may have going forward. However, to be consistent, I think I have to say for the record that from a legal standpoint, we probably should have, the committee should have all of the documents that are required before it grants the license, but, and I'll leave the but hanging out there. It's the committee's discretion with, keeping in mind my legal opinion.
I did misspeak, and what I was supposed to say was everything else is done except they have an appointment on 3/20/23 with the Rhode Island Department of Health for a final inspection. I misspoke before. So in lieu of that, I'd like to take a vote and approve it pending them handing in the document to the clerk's office in a reasonable amount of time, so they don't lose another month if in fact the state does show up on 3/20 and approves the health inspection. They could open up the next day. If the state should cancel on them and not show up for 2 or 3 weeks, then that would be something that he would not be able to open up and we would have to wait for the document and vote on it next month. But I personally feel that seeing it's the only document that's missing, he has everything else. And the state has made an appointment with him to come and inspect. My recommendation would be to vote yes, pending that document. Council President.
Thank you, Chairman Ferry. While I understand the desire to be of assistance to this business, I think that we all feel that way, and we have had this issue come up before, but for consistency, I believe that we should
wait until the actual final inspection is conducted because we don't know that it's going to take place, even though it's scheduled. We don't know if it's going, if there's going to be a passing grade with that inspection. And that's a big risk, in my opinion, for us to take. So I would not be in favor of looking to approve it, but perhaps we could have, as the chair of this committee, you could have a discussion with this business owner after March 20th and perhaps schedule a safety service meeting on the night of the full council. That might be of assistance, but I would not be in favor of approval this evening.
Councilwoman Jermaine?
Thank you, Chair. I think based on what Solicitor Favicchio says, every rule has exceptions. So if they have an appointment on the 20th and we have our body meetings on the 27th, so why don't we give him the approval pending right in the meeting on the 27th to bring it? So they have like 1 week if it's happened, so we can always have the right to do it, as in, because otherwise you're gonna wait 1 more month in April to have the business running. So we have to be, I know consistency, I am a really proponent of consistency, I am. But sometimes we have to have some exceptions. And I think Solicitor Favicchio agree with that. We can have an exception, right? But or not.
We just give the legal advice. The committee can
Yeah.
do
So
what it
I
likes.
think we can have an exception because we have all of the requirement met. This is only one and we have a date and we have our next meeting on the 27th. So we have the time they can come in the period of the time we have to say, hey, I have it. And if in the 27th, he can come, so pending 27 meeting, if he doesn't have it on the 27th, we can dismiss it, but at least give him the opportunity to not lose 1 month.
Councilman Paplaskas?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Ferry. I'm one that appreciates consistency and certainly understands the legal opinion that we've gotten from both attorneys when there's been numerous items needed. You know, as someone who chaired this committee in the past, you do need a little bit of flexibility at times. With it only being one item, I'm okay with you know, passing this contingency as you know, as my opinion, so my vote would be to do it. Just because it's only that one item and they do have an inspection scheduled, and I wouldn't want to tie him up any longer if he does pass the inspection. If he doesn't pass the inspection or it gets changed, you're not going to get your license. You know, the clerk isn't going to give it to you. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Anyone else? So how I'm seeing this is if we were to vote on this tonight and approve it pending that document, and he does not walk into her office with that document, he can't open.
That is correct, but something else that I should point out after discussion with Attorney Angel, and it's a good point. And as lawyers, you know, we always look for the worst possibility that could happen. I mean, that's what we do by nature, but let's just say there's a snowstorm. Let's just say the Department of Health cancels. Now the problem becomes, or what if the gentleman never comes back? Now you have this open license that was granted, not issued, like we do with the alcohol licenses. It might, if you're going to go down that path, I would suggest that you put some type of time limitation on it so that maybe you say, I don't know, by April 1st, if you don't hear from him, that he's got to come back, that it's not going to be automatically granted, just so it's not hanging out there open-ended potentially for weeks or months at a time. That would be my suggestion.
Sir, may I ask you a question? If we were to approve this and you were to get the inspection on 320, state hands you the certificate, when would you open?
So our opening timeline right now is April 11th, just because we do have 2 weeks
Okay.
time, 2 weeks for training the team members, but
So we have plenty of time.
Yep.
All right, okay. So we're gonna tell you probably tonight that you're gonna have to wait And we will vote on this in a timely fashion. And if for any reason you need us to vote on it sooner, we could schedule a special meeting before the council meeting at the end of the month. I'll give you my card with my phone number. You could call me and say, the inspector came early, we need this done faster, and we would schedule a special meeting when we have our council meeting on the last Monday of the month.
Got
All
it.
right.
So I should reach out to you when we have the inspection done.
Yes, I want you to call me when you get the inspection done. That would help.
Got it.
All right. Okay, so now, do we have a motion on the floor to approve this? In a second, we need those withdrawn.
I'll make a motion to continue to the,
We have to withdraw the motion to
First,
approve.
withdraw the motion, please.
Who? Clerk, Madam Clerk, who made the motion to approve?
Jermaine made the motion.
Councilman Jermaine, would you remove your motion to approve? And who, do we have to remove the second too? No, okay, okay. All right.
motion to continue to the next meeting.
Second.
Any discussion on that?
Are we continuing this till the next meeting to a date certain?
Yes, till next meeting, unless we have cause to put it at the same night of the council meeting. Please, Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
At this time, schedule for next month. Need it done sooner, please contact us and we'll have a special meeting for you.
Got it. And what's the date for the next meeting?
April 3rd,
April 30th,
April 3rd,
April 3rd.
3rd.
Okay,
Yeah, so we want you to open.
got it. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Fine.
All right. Okay, where am I now? Okay. Next on the agenda is any business from the traffic engineer. I see none. Next, we have two show causes. I'm going to ask Attorney Videcchia to please step forward to address both of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. So the first show cause is involving M's Liquor, and I believe the parties are here along with counsel. Could you please step up?
If you could please state your name and address for the record.
Lawrence L. Magno for M Liquors.
I need you to speak directly into the microphone. Thank you.
First time anybody's had a problem hearing me. Lawrence L. Magno for M's Liquors, 10 Rangeley Road, Cranston, Rhode Island.
M's Liquors, Chad Kelleher, 1285 Park Ave.
So with respect to the show cause, M's Liquors, back in February had a new employee on, working that shift. He has been since fired. With respect to the remedies that they've made, they've passed out a new manual that was constructed by myself that all employees have to sign regarding training on a new system that's going to be implemented with age verification software for all their licenses or passports or any other state ID. That's going to be implemented sometime in the next 30 days by their point of service provider. And there's also been, I can introduce this for the record, which also has a website for that. They've also now put up new signage with respect to carding everybody, apologizing to customers, but if you want to buy something from the store, you have to show identification. In addition, currently, all employees and all future employees are going to be tip certified. Everybody currently working is tip certified. They do understand the seriousness and the civil liability as well as possible criminal liability and the nuisance it provides should anybody under 21 purchase alcohol from their store. They were frustrated with respect to this last incident as they had just started to train that new employee and had just gone through card everybody. You know, I don't care if the person looks 50, 40, 30, card them. The owner had to run out to the bank. And then that's when they had the sting go through. So going forward, it's not even gonna be human decision. You can't open the register, which I confirmed with the point of sales software people until an ID is run. So if somebody comes in looking to buy any alcoholic beverages, you cannot physically make the sale until an ID is run. So that's gonna take the human element out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Almagno. Just before we get into that, maybe I can streamline the process just a bit. For the committee's information, what took place here was 3 compliance checks by the City of Cranston Police Department on various dates commencing March of 2022, again in July of 2022, and most recently in February of 2023. On all 3 occasions, the Cranston Police were able to conduct what they refer to as a undercover sting, where they send in an underage person pursuant to state law, which authorizes that. And on all 3 occasions, the minor was able to purchase liquor from this particular establishment. I was contacted by Sergeant Sweeney, who is in charge of the compliance checks, as you all know. She's appeared before this committee many times. So it is a serious matter. It's 3 violations within the past year. Now, having said that, we did issue the show cause citation for tonight. However, I have spoken at length with Attorney Almagno and thank him for his efforts. And it appears to me that this establishment is taking this seriously. They are going to implement changes. All I'm going to ask when I'm finished, Attorney Almagno, is if we could have the committee accept those documents as part of the record so it goes into the file, because that's going to become an important aspect of this case pursuant to the recommendations I'm going to make to the committee. So before I do that, what I'd like to do, just a housekeeping matter, I've got copies of the 3 reports which I provided to you. I assume you have no objection to these going into the record in lieu of testimony by Sergeant Sweeney. Okay. So the first thing is I'm going to ask, I'll give it to the clerk. I'll ask that the committee accept the 3 reports that were drafted by the Cranston Police Department as full exhibits. This needs to be done by motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the police report into the record.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on that.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
And while we're on that subject, I would also ask now the committee to make another motion to accept Mr. Almagno's submissions as full exhibits as well.
So moved. I'll make a motion to accept into the record Mr. Almagno's records as exhibits.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on that.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine, Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Thank you. So, Chairman, to wrap up now, I'll come to the part of any proposed sanction, which I feel is appropriate. So I've given the matter quite a bit of thought. It is a very serious matter. And that on the one hand, it's very serious and there were clearly 3 violations. On the other hand, it does appear to me that the liquor store owners are taking this very seriously. They've hired counsel. They've submitted documentation in support of what they've alleged here tonight in terms of what they're going to do in terms of remedial steps. So I feel somewhat comfortable that this will not occur again. However, we can't overlook the fact that there were 3 violations. These were random checks. We don't know how many more times it could have happened. So I'm proposing to the committee the following. I'm proposing that the committee impose a $500 fine. However, I'm going to ask the committee to hold that fine in abeyance, suspend it, so to speak. And for the next year, the liquor store will be on, for lack of a better term, probation, meaning that if there are any further violations, that $500 fine will automatically be imposed. No discussion, no mitigation, no nothing, in addition to any other action the committee may want to take. Now, I noticed that the license is also up for renewal tonight. So if the committee deems it fit, and I see no reason why it shouldn't at this point, to renew the license, I would simply ask that the renewal be subject to the condition that I just mentioned. So $500 fine, held in abeyance, provided there are no other issues. After 1 year, the fine will be essentially rescinded or erased. But if there is a violation, then they'll have to come back here, and right off the bat, there'll be $500 in the hole. And I would just ask maybe for a 90-day review. We'll put this on for 90 days. I'll have Sergeant Sweeney go out in a month or so to see if the card reading equipment has been installed. And then I can report back. If everything's in order, we can just pass it from the calendar at that point.
And if I may, I can report back to yourself and communicate with you.
Sure.
When that card reading system is installed.
Sure. And I'll have Cranston go out and do that check. That would be my recommendation.
So where are we? We need to have a motion to approve.
You could have a motion to approve my recommendation, have a discussion. If you want to amend it, change it, not approve it, up to you.
May I have a motion to approve Attorney Videcchia's recommendation on with the fine and the time?
I'll make a motion to approve Solicitor Videcchia's recommendation of a 90-day review of the show cause for the Class A liquor license and for the $500 fine held in abeyance, provided there's no other issues within a year.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilman Donegan.
Thank you, Chairman. Solicitor, what's the maximum penalty that could be imposed?
Under Title V of the code, the committee has the authority to impose a $500 fine for each offense. But I'm not looking, to pile on here. But that is the maximum. It could be anything from 0 to up to 500, depending on the severity of the offense.
I'll be voting in favor of the motion. It sounds like that you're taking the necessary steps to resolve the issue. I would just, the location is almost right around the corner from a school. So, do better going forward. Please.
Understood.
Any other discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Mitsui.
Thank you. While I'm not a voting member of this committee, I am still a citywide representative of the constituency. And I'm wondering, was it only this show cause that made you want to adjust how you check IDs?
No, with respect to the first operation they implemented after they trained employees and knew that they were gonna stick with them. So about a 2-week to a month time period, they reimbursed all of them for tips classes, and then they installed, We Check ID, and put up calendars for dates of birth. So they have been making those steps. The first two were within a short time frame of one another while they were implementing those first steps. And this third one occurred while somebody was just in the middle of their training. And yes, it sounds like excuses, but it just seems like the worst timing possible for them, but also them moving forward, taking the steps to add that extra expense of that ID checker, because for all intents and purposes, this insurance rates, and not only that, but the hazard on the community, which they don't seek to do. They seek to be a supporter of the community. with
I
respect to
think
those
that
issues.
the software has to be less expensive than losing your license to sell alcohol for your business. So I would ask that you take this very seriously, because these are kids in our community, and And I hope that we don't see back here other than to tell us how successful the software is so that we can tell other businesses the same. Thank you.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Thank you, to Attorney Magno. You might have answered this with Councilwoman Mazzulli. How long was that employee working for you? That was only about 2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay,
It was his first day by himself. So we trained him for 2 weeks and that was his first day alone.
so his first day alone, he got caught 3 times?
No, the other two were not him. That was the other thing.
Okay, and does that employee still work for you?
One was myself.
Okay, well, it's funny, we're talking where it's not funny, but we're talking about the sales here. But you look at the bike path, a lot of us do cleanups on the bike path and the bike path is littered with liquor bottles. And your store is pretty close to the bike path. So then it gets me thinking about, people are buying liquor and then going to the bike path, and a lot of kids use the bike path. So hopefully this penalty and the system fixes the issue. And then that way we can move forward. Certainly not a laughing matter. We need to make sure we're doing the right thing. So I'll be looking forward to that 90-day review too.
Any other, Council President?
Yeah, I just want to echo this sentiment of the seriousness of the situation that's been stated by my colleagues. I can tell you that I, for one, if you're found not to be in abeyance, are not going to be as forgiving next time around. And I'm sure I'm not going to be alone.
Okay, at this time, we'd like to take a vote on Attorney Videcchi's recommendation, which was, motion was made by Council President Marino. It was. Madam Clerk, please take a vote on that matter.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes,
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, at this time, we have another show cause for Cranston Little Caesars LLC. Attorney Videcchia, could you please brief us on this?
I will. I would ask Attorney Murray to come up to the stand. So just to give a little bit of background to the committee, this strictly speaking isn't a show cause in the sense that, and there may be a difference of opinion here, there's a little bit of confusion as to whether or not Little Caesars was in fact, has been licensed for the past 2 years. And I say that because after discussions with the clerk, it appears that there were outstanding obligations that hadn't been paid by them. One of them, I believe, was city taxes, in addition to other obligations. And so efforts to contact them until Mr. Attorney Murray got involved were fruitless. So the clerk reached out to me. I in turn decided to put it down as a show cause. But I think the first point of order is to determine whether or not they are in fact licensed. Now, I've had this discussion with the clerk, and there seems to be a little bit of confusion as to the way the license is even listed on the docket. It's contained in the renewal section, but it's my understanding that was an error. And I'll ask the clerk maybe to explain that a little bit more, because I'm truthfully, I'm a little confused by it. My understanding is that there has been no license for the past 2 years. And one of the reasons, the primary reason, was because of outstanding financial obligations owed to the city. Now it's my understanding, and I did receive a call from the clerk of the municipal court, Elizabeth Bettis, that Little Caesars has in fact satisfied everything that was owing to the city through the municipal court. And I understand they were also, I believe, on a payment plan through Rossi Law Offices for past due amounts that were owed to the city. And I believe, and Attorney Murray can illuminate that, I believe that that has also been satisfied. So I think, and I emphasize think, that the financial obligations have been satisfied. What is still a bit confusing is whether or not that license has in fact lapsed and needs to be applied anew, or if it has been ongoing and is simply up for renewal. So I don't have the answer to that, and I'm hoping to get that in the next few minutes, discussing this with Attorney Murray and as well as, the clerk. So maybe we should hear from Attorney Murray first. He can tell us what's been done.
Attorney Murray?
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, Robert Murray, 21 Garden City Drive in Cranston, representing Cranston Little Caesars LLC at 763 Reservoir Avenue. I also represent their landlord, Kelly and Pacern Inc. I got involved in this on Friday when I saw it on the agenda. Here's what I can tell the committee. First, in December of last year, this committee renewed the victualling license for Little Caesars on December 5th. So I'm a little confused as to why there's a suggestion they're operating without a license. That being said, there was some tangible tax that was owed the city. The principal of Little Caesars, Cranston Little Caesars LLC, they're based in Virginia. He was in town on Friday, and I had him square away any tangible tax that was owed the city, and I have receipts. There was also apparently a pending fine or fee owed the Cranston Police Department for after so many false alarms, you get hit with a fine. The gentleman went over to the police station and squared that away. So as I stand here tonight, as far as I know, all financial matters with the city have been cleared up. And I would suggest to the committee that I think we have a license, but perhaps I can work that detail out with the clerk's office tomorrow. Mr. Radecchia suggested this was on the agenda tonight for renewal or for the license. I don't see it, but I'll stand corrected. So the bottom line is I'll acknowledge that there was some outstanding financial obligations. They've been squared away. I don't want to get in a situation where someone to suggest tomorrow, if they're opening, that they're operating without a license. My position is it was renewed in December 5th. I have the docket, I have the minutes. It was on a motion by Vice President Ferry at the time, seconded by Councilman Riley, and there was 6 or 7 victualling license renewals approved in a block, and one of them was this location, 763 Reservoir Avenue.
Through the chair, yeah, if I said it was on tonight, I was in error. What I meant was I saw an agenda from December where it was on for renewal, which confused me. Why would it be on for renewal if they didn't have the license? But I don't think we need to take up any more of the committee's time with this. I think the important thing is that Little Caesars has responded, obviously, through Attorney Murray. It appears that all the financial obligations have been met. So as I said, this really isn't a show cause hearing in the true sense of the word, but it was done as an opportunity to get this information up front and out in the open. So now we have a little more guidance and a little more clarity. So I'm going to suggest at this point, I'm not going to ask for any action whatsoever from the committee. I think at this point, why don't we just pass this from the agenda, no action taken. And Mr. Murray is more than capable of communicating with the clerk's office. Hopefully, this is just an administrative thing that can be cleared up. I'm sure it can be. The important thing was the money that was owed, and that apparently that's been paid.
The clerk would like to speak.
Just
Please.
want to clear something up. So Mr. Murray's correct. The applicant in 2022, for the 2022 license applied late, applied in August. So that was approved, never picked up for the year 2022. For the current year, for 2023, that's what we've been trying to get him to comply with. And he faxed us an application in November, which we did not put on this agenda. We didn't bring it before the committee because we were going to process it as a new application. In December of 2022, the new license was approved for the 2022 year. That was never picked up either. So I have 2 licenses here that were never picked up and were approved by this committee. So right now they do not have an active license.
I'll accept them tonight if you'd like. If it's just.
Are they paid for?
Yes, they did pay when they applied, but they've been operating without a license.
Through the chair, I don't want to take your time.
Yes.
I'll arrange in the morning to pick those up and make certain.
Well, they're expired, so he'd have to apply as a new. The license expired December 1st of 2022.
Well, what
Oh,
was
I'm sorry,
renewed on- what was
2023,
renewed on
yes. You
December
can pick
5th?
this one up. Yes, correct.
I'm sorry?
You can pick, this one can be picked up, correct?
Okay.
If Attorney Murray, if I may ask you one question. I had a discussion with Miranda at 3 o'clock this afternoon. And she was awaiting for a check from Attorney Rossi for $2,000. You're saying that this is cleared up?
It was, and I've given Mr. Videcchia the contact information, at, Rossi Law Office. Just bear with me one second.
I did try to reach out yesterday, but I was unsuccessful in reaching
My
Mr. Moran.
understanding is that there is I apologize. I just noticed when I printed the receipt from the tax collector, on my version, I might have it on my phone. There's a note that says there's a check for $915 in transit from Rossi Law Office. I thought it was $915. They apparently the franchise was on a payment plan with Rossi Law Office. They sent the payment. It hadn't been transmitted to the city tax collector yet. I gave Mr. Radecchia, the gentleman, the account manager's name at Rossi Law Office. But as far as I know, all payments have been made, whether or not they have actually been received. But my position would be Rossi Law Office is an authorized agent of the city. We made the payment. Nobody's disputing that. So from my position, we're current with the taxes.
If in fact Rossi has received it, and I have no reason to doubt Attorney Murray's word on that. I did try to reach out to them. They're very difficult to get a hold of. But that's true. If the money has been received by Rossi, that is the equivalent of the city receiving the same. And that obligation would be lawfully satisfied. So I'll double check again tomorrow, but I have no reason to doubt.
And I get that information from Maria Manzi in the tax collector. She wrote it on the receipt.
So Attorney Videcchia, you're recommending that we take this matter with no action?
Yeah, I would say no action on this. As I said, I did this as a method to get the principal to respond. I had no idea Attorney Murray was involved, or else I would have contacted him, but he got involved very late. So I think that we've accomplished what we set out to do.
Do I need that in the form of a motion?
I don't think so. I think you just know for the record that at this time, no action will be taken and that the matter could simply pass from the calendar.
Everybody okay with that? All right, so we'll take Deckia's recommendation, moving forward with this.
Thank you for your time.
Next, do we have anything from the police department? No business. Anything from the fire department? No business. Okay. Next we have, I'm going to call it block number 7. These are license renewals before the committee, which also includes M's Liquor. Do I have a motion to approve the block? Or should I pull M's Liquor out?
The motion would be to take as a block with the exception of M's Liquor Store.
All right, may I have a motion to take section 7 as a block with the exception of M's Liquor Store?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on that.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes?
Councilwoman Jermaine, Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Reno.
Yes.
Okay, now do I need to have a motion to vote on M's Liquor?
Yes.
Oh, no, we got to vote on the block. I'm sorry.
Vote on the block first, then M.
May I have a motion, please, to vote on that block? To approve.
So moves.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on that.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Jermaine, Councilman Donegan.
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, now I need to have a motion to vote on M's Liquor.
I would suggest a motion to approve the renewal for M's Liquor with the same conditions that the committee imposed in the show cause hearing.
I'll make a motion to that effect.
May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on that.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilman Jermaine, Councilman Donegan, Councilman Campiano.
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
Okay, next I'd like to refer back to matter, which is get and open up public hearings for that. Is there anyone here in council chambers that would like to testify or give us information on the Edgewood laundromat? You can, seeing that we're on a very tight time limit here, we need to restrict testimony to 3 minutes, please.
Chairman, my name is Joseph Manera. I'm an attorney. I have an office on Reservoir Avenue in Cranston, Rhode Island for over 40 years. I've been before these committees for numerous times, and I've been asked to represent Edgewood Laundromat. A little over a month ago, I was filing a probate matter in City Hall, and can you hear me? Okay.
Please speak directly into the microphone.
Okay, and Rosalba saw me in the clerk's office and said, I just sent you a letter. There's a hearing Monday night because you represent Edgewood Laundry. I was an agent for process. So I got involved in this matter about a month ago. I know what the neighbors' complaints are. I've become very familiar with the situation in the course of a month. I know this is only down tonight for discussion purposes. So I want to basically fill the committee in on what I've done with my client's cooperation in the last 30 days. From the meeting last month, February 6th, I believe, I first contacted a client of mine, Bellini Construction. Mr. Bellini is a contractor. He builds homes in Cranston. Had him look at the structure just to see structurally if it was intact. This is an old building. It's on Broad Street. The building is about, I would say about 90 years old. He really couldn't find any problem in the building. There was no noise, but the issue here is not noise, it's vibrations. And neighbors have been complaining about vibrations in the neighborhood. Now, Edgewood Laundry has been in business for 43 years. The machines they're complaining about that are allegedly causing the vibrations been installed about 2 years ago. What I did, I contacted a company called Garment Manufacturing Company. Garment Manufacturing is the company that installed the machines. I spoke with the representative there. The gentleman's name was Charles Murphy. Mr. Murphy met me at Edgewood Laundry on a Saturday morning. It was February 18th. And Mr. Kelleher will acknowledge that I have completely kept him up to date on everything. As a matter of fact, on February 18th, when we went to Edgewood Laundromat, Mr. Kelleher was with me, and he's the attorney for the neighbors. We're trying to rule out the issues, trying to narrow the situation down. Mr. Murphy thought that after we had a meeting, that if we lowered the volume of the machines, lowered the machine speed down, that would help rectify the problem. Well, that took a week to get done. And I found out tonight that the neighbors still have not found any relief with lowering the machines down. I also spoke to an engineer very briefly, although he indicated to me that this was not his field of engineering. He recommended something called isolation dampers. That's the little bugger right there. And he gave me the name of the manufacturing company. I dealt with Mason Industries. They manufacture these isolation isolation dampers that absorb the vibrations. Mason Industries is not in Rhode Island, but got me in touch with a local distributor, a place called JT Morgan up in West Greenwich. I spoke to a Jim Morgan. This took some time, obviously. I don't know these people. They don't know me. And when they hear the word an attorney, they normally run the opposite way. But Mr. Morgan, after some prodding, finally went to Edgewood Laundromat last Thursday. He looked at the situation. He said to me quite candidly, there's no simple answer, but he's going to talk with some of the installers and see if they can brainstorm and come up with a solution. I have kept everyone informed. I'm working on this. I work on this practically every day. I'm doing the best to cooperate with the neighbors and realize this is my client. I want to represent them intelligently and logically. It's an unusual problem. I wish there was a simple solution. I like to say 2 + 2 = 4 and the problem goes away. It doesn't. I mean, there could be various answers to this problem. I'm trying to rule out things that are not the answers. I thought slowing down the volume of machines would be an answer. Well, it's not an answer. So we're moving on to the next thing, and I'll keep moving on. I am doing my best to handle the situation. And what I'm going to say now, I don't mean to be funny, but I'm not the king of Siam. I can't clap my hands and say, et cetera, and people jump for me. You know, when I call these people up, you know, it takes a couple of days for them to get back to me. It takes them a week to get up there. You know, I'm doing the best I can. I am trying to cooperate. My clients are trying to cooperate, and we're just going to keep working on it. That's the best I can say.
Thank you. Is there anyone in council chambers that would like to speak on this matter?
Good evening, James Kelleher, 55 Alhambra Circle, and I'm Kelleher, Kelleher, 55 Alhambra Circle in Cranston. I'm also an attorney, and I'm speaking, I believe, on behalf of a group of neighbors. I would say, first of all, that Mr. Manera and the Renzi brothers have been cooperative, and we're very much looking forward to them continuing to be cooperative. And I think there's a recognition by all that there's a legitimate problem here that we're trying to solve. Since the last meeting, our group of neighbors has met. We've coalesced. We're in effect now working cohesively. And one of the things that we've done is we've begun to gather hard data. And we have a preliminary data here with us tonight. We have paper copies from Mr. Manera and his clients, and we have paper copies for the members of the council present if you are inclined to accept paper copies into the record. And if you would prefer electronic copies, we can provide that data to you electronically. But I will tell you that from, at least at this stage, we have 16 households that have been recording the data. There are others involved, and we just haven't been able to collect the data from everybody. But from those 16 households, we have in excess of 900 data entries. And I will tell you that when you do take an opportunity to review the data, it lines up perfectly with the operation of the laundry. So that may not be something that would stand up in front of a jury necessarily. But we're also in the process of reaching out to an engineer and to have a proper study done. But it's becoming increasingly clear, I think, that it's now beyond dispute that it's the laundry. And I fully appreciate that Mr. Manera is working on this diligently. He's doing what he can. I further appreciate the fact that every time he's got to contact somebody else, there's a delay in them getting back. But meanwhile, we would reiterate that families are being woken up at 4:30 and 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 days a week. So as every day goes by, that situation continues unabated. And I say unabated because the reduction of the RPMs of the machine had no effect, and the data, in fact, will bear that out. So the patience of the neighbors very clearly is wearing thin. And I understand Mr. Verdecchia's assertion at the previous meeting that this constitutes a private nuisance. And he may be right about that. I'm not certain that private and public nuisance are an either or mutually exclusive proposition, because I will tell you that there is now significant concern among these neighbors to the structural integrity of their homes, as well as whatever's going on underneath the roadway. And the roadway, of course, is not our purview, it's yours. So we have a very, very, very serious situation, and we need the city council and this committee to stay on top of it in a diligent manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in council chambers that wishes to testify on this matter?
I would like to. My name is Jessie Ciro. I live at 53 Berwick Lane, basically directly behind the laundromat. First of all, in regards to the lawyer for the laundromat, saying that they are cooperative and willing to address this issue, I would like to just explain that, and I quote, the brothers that own the laundromat have voiced that they fuck the neighbors who are, this is a quote. from
Ma'am,
them.
ma'am,
This is what.
ma'am, you're out of order. And you will not use that language again.
I agree. It's horrible language, especially in a neighborhood as close-knit as ours. But that was their response when this was brought to their attention. That is what they said to one of our neighbors. Okay? I have a 5-year-old son. He can.
In fact, I'm going to stop you now. Please sit down. Please sit down.
Because that,
Please sit down.
the shaking is
Please sit down.
in my home. This issue needs to.
Could you
be
please sit down? Please shut a microphone off.
now.
I'd like to ask anyone else that's going to come up here and testify, if they have intentions of speaking like that, they will be dismissed from the building. Period. Is there anyone else in council chambers that would like to testify on this matter? Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to testify to this matter?
No public comment.
At this time, is there anyone on the committee or on the council that would like to have any discussion on this matter? Is there anyone from the administration that would like to comment on this matter? I would, Councilman Donegan.
Thank you. Through the chair to Director Moretti, has the inspections department inspected either the structural integrity of the building that could constitute any sort of public health concern, or, you know, I recognize it's not noise, it's vibration. Have they inspected to see if there's any sort of violation of city code?
Yes, they've been out there a couple of times and there's no violation of city codes.
To Mr. Kelleher's point about any potential damage underneath the roadway to any sort of city infrastructure, has the engineering department or Public Works inspected any of that?
No, no to my knowledge. I can pass that along to our Public Works Department if there's concern.
Thank you. And if we could have an update on that next meeting.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to close that matter. I know we're running way over, and I apologize for the Finance Committee meeting. Next item on the agenda would be monthly schedules, roads in the Patuxent. Do I have a motion? A motion to approve roads in the Patuxent monthly schedule.
So moved.
Councilman Jermaine. Councilwoman Jermaine.
I remember we have a discussion about monthly schedule. And what was saying is like for informational purpose only, why we come back to fit to vote on it. It's like, I don't know is that what was said before and what happened now. So I want to be clear with that. Are we continuing to vote on those lists of events, or is for purposes, for informational purposes only?
Council, Attorney Videcchia.
Yeah, I think it's just to make it part of the record. I don't think it has any significance beyond that. The same way I introduced those exhibits, so they become part of the meeting record and just for informational purposes, but it's a list and it becomes part of the record.
As chair of the committee, is it my decision whether we vote on that or not?
I'm sorry.
Is it my decision as chair of the committee whether or not we vote on these schedules every month?
Give me 1 second. Just conferring with Attorney Angel, no vote is required. We're just accepting them into the record. So I think you could just say, does anybody oppose accepting these into the record? I don't think you have to take a vote.
All right, so in future meetings, I'd like to take off the fact that we're going to be voting on these monthly schedules. And I will ask at the time if there is any discussion on any of those monthly schedules.
It's. If I can.
Council President.
Yep, maybe we're just splitting hairs. I think if we can just satisfy everyone, if just every meeting, we just vote to accept the schedule into the record and move on. And it is for informational purposes. And there has historically been in the past large events that require police presence and constituents have reached out. So this way we are informed.
So if we could just include all three schedules together and we'll just do that in one vote. Madam Clerk.
Through the chair, I'll make a motion to accept into the record the schedules, the monthly schedules for the roads on the Patuxent and the Historic Park Theater and the Cranston Stadium being none for that event.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please take a vote on that.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
And under miscellaneous business, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, food truck approvals by the state. They're on the agenda only for informational purposes. Next, we have on the council communications, and we're going to be very concerned about the time right now. Dyer Avenue accidents. Councilman Donegan, floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to ask that this be continued to next month.
Okay, we'll continue that to next month, Madam Clerk. Very quickly, if anyone from the administration or the police department is here or traffic engineer, we had some people testify in reference to Kenwood Street earlier tonight. Is there any update from the administration on changing the parking ordinance on Kenwood Street to get rid of those tractor trailers, which are disturbing many businesses on that street?
Councilman, per your request, in your email box this evening, you have a proposed ordinance, if you'd like to sponsor that.
Absolutely.
Very good.
All right, so we'll take care of that. And the last thing was, we had some people here testifying, there was public testimony on an update on the gun range. Do you have anything to report to the citizens of the city as far as the gun range, the status of closing it, moving it, whatever the plan that we were trying to solve? Is there any update on that information at this time?
There, the colonel has been taking steps to reduce the amount of volume that's going to be going through the gun range. Continue to meet with him so to mitigate, some of that the noise there. So we'll be getting back with a summary as to what has been done and what is we done this year that will change from the past. Not sure about finances, but included in the capital budget to the Planning Commission, is a line item for the construction of a enclosed gun range. But certainly we'll have to, all of us collectively, the administration and the council, to weigh that out as part of the discussions over this year's budget, if it passes the planning commission.
Thank you. Councilman Donegan?
Thank you. Director, how much is that request for? That's going to planning?
Top of my head, I forgot, but I could say it's either $4 or $5 million.
How much would it cost approximately for us to rent another facility? Just this is purely hypothetical.
I don't know that.
Could we, through the chair to the director or through it to the Colonel Lindquist or anyone in the department, could we get that figure for next month, how much it would cost on an annual basis to rent for Cranston Police Department to rent another facility that's existing?
There's been many public discussions on that. Not sure if that's the solution. We don't want to go down a path that's not going to be practical, but certainly we'll be happy to discuss that with the colonel if that's feasible. If it's feasible, then yes, we can ask him to look into that. But for a whole host of reasons previously discussed in open public forums, that was not a very good option for the safety of the people of Cranston.
Thank you. I'm just looking for a number. That's it.
Any other discussion from the committee or the council? Councilwoman Jermaine?
Thank you, Council President. So on the short term, as we know the situation, what is being considered to really ease or alleviate the situation? So like, we know we are waiting for the budget, like Adam, we are waiting, but concretely, like realistically, what is the step that has taken to alleviate the situation right now? I know I was told that the range was used by some other department, some of the people that use it. Do we continue to do that? Like, for example, to reduce the schedule, like leave it as of now only to the Cranston Police Department? Is that something we can envision? So what do we do really now? Because, the residents are suffering. They need something, action. What action step? What do we have in the short term?
As I indicated, the colonel is compiling a summary or synopsis as to measures that can be taken to within, he feels, that'd be appropriate to reduce the use of the range, particularly by others. So that will be forthcoming. So we have been speaking with the colonel on that. In fact, I know it's been requested also.
Is that mean they
So
close
the
it to?
mitigating efforts, if you
Is
will.
that, or they take the action to close the range to outside users? Is that something that is in place or something that is
It will
envisioned?
be, it won't be to close the range. I can assure you, I don't think he's going to recommend that unless, I'm sure he's not going to recommend closing the range.
Closing to outside of,
Right.
users.
And I know he's looking to reduce the number of outside users, and that's why specifically he's going to be letting us know what he believes can be done.
so as of now, there's nothing.
Thank you.
Okay. Please, no shouting.
So we will get back to you with the colonel's recommendation now, but I could tell you the mayor stands by Colonel Winquist.
Thank you.
So we're looking for a recommendation from the colonel as to what reduction he's going to make until he uses the range. And if in fact we are going to have in the budget a proposal to enclose the gun range. Those are the two things we're looking for.
Yes. Again, there in the planning, you'll see with the planning commission, there lies a whole host of potential capital budgeting opportunities. This is one of them.
Council President.
Director Moretti, I did hear from some constituents too about discrepancy in the posted schedule and the actual use. I believe Constituent Affairs was relayed of that too, and I just didn't know if that's been addressed.
First, I'm hearing of that, so I'll follow up.
Any other discussion? Councilman Paplaskas.
Thank you through the chair to Director Moretti or to Council President. Can we also get an update from the grant writer if that application that was filed for a while ago, if we ever heard back on anything on that regarding the grant?
I believe I spoke to the grant writer. I spoke to Director Moretti and the mayor earlier this month, and that grant did not come through at the end of last year. Yep. And I did relay that to some of the constituents. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh boy, where am I here? I do not see any other matters on the agenda, so may I please have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
John, 3 minutes?
Finance will begin at 8:05 PM.
Thank you.
All right, if everyone could please take their seats. Good evening, everyone. At this time, I'd like to call the March Finance Committee meeting to order. Clerk, if you could, please take attendance.
Councilman Donegan,
Present.
Councilwoman Vargas, Councilman Ferry,
Present.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Present.
Councilman Campiano,
Present.
Councilman Paplaskas, Council President Marino.
Present.
At this, before us next is approval of the prior meeting minutes. I'll entertain a motion for discussion, but I do have one point.
Motion to approve the minutes of the previous meeting?
Second.
The only one issue that I saw and Councilwoman Renzulli, correct me if I'm wrong. I had written down in my notes that you voted against the motion to approve the tax interest waiver approvals. The minutes state that it was unanimous. Is that?
I'm not on finance, so I can't vote for it, but it was at the full council meeting. I did vote against it. Yes.
Okay, all right,
You're correct.
then I apologize. The minutes are correct. Thank you. Not that it's there, just wanted the minutes to be correct. Yeah, right. Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Council President Marino.
Yes.
All right, there are no matters carried before us and no correspondence or communications. We do have, are there any members of the public before moving forward? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak on any matters before the committee this evening? Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record.
Sure. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. John Mancini on behalf of Legion Development. I don't know if this would be a good time, but there is an ordinance before you with regards to a proposed tax stabilization agreement. And I'd like to use this time, if possible, to essentially address that issue with the board.
Now would suffice, yes.
I could wait.
Why don't we wait until that matters before us? We can hear you then. That way there's
Yeah, that
more
way we don't-
opportunity for back and forth.
Yeah, thank you.
Seeing no members of the public before us, are there any members online? Yes, Attorney Murray.
Yes, very quickly, I was hoping to listen to Mr. Mancini before speaking, but just with respect to this tax stabilization, I have no position on it per se. My only thought is that if the city is going to go down the road of offering these programs for residential housing or apartments as allowed under the statute, I think it's reasonable to expect that there could be other applications. I don't know if you knew this was coming when we were at the Knights Corner site visit. You asked me about that. I hadn't even given any thought, but since I've seen Mr. Mancini's handiwork in this ordinance, all I want to say tonight is that it should be reviewed in the context that there's likely to be other applications, and my position is that as long as the council fairly and equally, treats such applications. I have no position on Mr. Mancini's client's application. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Murray. Seeing no other members of the public in person, are there, Mr. Lima, are there any members of the public online?
There is no public comment.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we'll close public hearing. We do have one new matter before us this evening. It is ordinance 2-2307, ordinance and amendment of Title III of the Code of the City of Cranston, 2005, entitled Revenue and Finance, Chapter 3.97030, 15 years Economic Development Tax Incentive Program for property located at 661 Park Avenue and 271 Doric Avenue, Tax Stabilization Agreement, sponsored by Councilman Ferry and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Renzulli. At this time, entertain a motion.
And to approve?
And I'll second for discussion.
All right, Mr. Mancini, would you like to present the?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, John Mancini on behalf of Legion Development Incorporated. And what you have before you this evening is a proposal for a tax stabilization agreement. And what a tax stabilization agreement is, or what it seeks to do, is to establish for the city and for the development an understanding going forward for a period of time as to what taxes will be paid, in what manner those taxes would be paid, and how tax assessment going forward on those taxes would be phased in during a specified time period. And I know this may sound unique to Cranston. It really is not a unique proposal at all. It's something that many cities and towns utilize very often, and many cities and towns use it as one of their tools available to both developers and to cities in order to essentially determine how to schedule development, how to essentially put it high, put it low, determine where they want to see projects develop in certain areas and how they may not want to see projects develop in other areas. And Cranston does have the authority to do this. It's not specified in its ordinances. Cranston does have other sections in its ordinances where it does permit for tax exemption, and it does allow for certain economic incentive programs for industrial properties. Not too long ago, I was involved in doing a tax stabilization treaty for 2000 Plainfield Pike. If you recall, it used to be the former Honeywell factory. It was an abandoned warehouse building. It was an abandoned industrial site. The client was able to, with the success of the city, obtain a tax stabilization, tax exemption program, able to revitalize that property. And now it's home to the Rhode Island Board of Elections, as you all know. Many of you have filed your papers there. So this is something that has been utilized in Cranston, albeit in a different concept. And what we're proposing tonight is a 15-year program, and that's permitted by Rhode Island general law, specifically 44-3-9. And 44-3-9 allows Rhode Island municipalities to incorporate in their ordinances on a case-by-case basis the ability to do a tax stabilization program of not to exceed 20 years. There have been other cities and towns which have exceeded 20 years. In fact, the state statute 44-3-9 was just recently amended to allow the city of Providence to do a 30-year tax stabilization plan for the Superman building. The town of Johnston did a 20-year stabilization plan for the Amazon facility, which I was also involved in putting together on behalf of Amazon with the town of Johnston. And this program and what we're proposing here is for Legion Development, which some of you may know, some of you may not. I don't recall if the development actually came before the town council, before the city council, but the development is for 75 residential apartment complex at Park Avenue and Doric Avenue. The building is going to be in excess of 80,000 square feet. The construction cost for this building, although rises daily, I think is going to stabilize at some point, but we're looking at probably $300 to $400 a square foot. And that's an all-in number. So the investment to be installed in the city of Cranston at that one location is probably anywhere between 25 to $30 million. And when completed, we'll probably have a appraised value or a tax assessed value of $30 million. And the proposal before you is to allow a period of time in which the development and its taxes become frozen. And the point and need for that is to allow the development to stabilize its ability to do construction, to go through the financing process, and to build itself, and then to work and implement itself through a process. And that process is going to be the need to rent out. And it becomes important when we enter into the financing stage. You know, many of you may realize as you go through this important process of economic development that each project takes on different levels of processes. The first process is to identify a property. The second process is to obtain the necessary entitlements, the approvals to build that property. And many times we can engineer something that looks fantastic on paper. It has all the bells and whistles you'd want. It has all the entitlements you need, but it's not financeable. It's not actually attainable because a bank, or whether it be a mezzanine financing, or it be an insurance company, or it be an institutional lender, simply won't lend on it because of uncertainties. And one of the key uncertainties is taxation, because as a developer, you cannot determine what your taxes will be for a period of time because of assessments and because of appeals to assessments. And a tax stabilization tool is helpful in creating that variable that becomes no longer variable. It allows for stabilization. It allows for an understanding between the developer, the bank, and the taxing entity as to what the taxes are and how those taxes are going to work over a period of time. And so the document that you have in front of you that we proposed is one that's used in many cities and towns. It's a document that I've used in Providence, in Cumberland, East Providence, in Johnston, and here in Cranston. And what it does is it identifies the relationship between the city and between the developer. And the most important aspect of it is the schedule. And what we're proposing is a hybrid of a 15-year process. So it's between a 10 and a 15. And we're asking that the taxes which are currently assessed on this property at $55,000 be essentially frozen for a period of time, 4 years. And that $55,000 is your floor. At no point in time will the city receive less than $55,000 in taxes during the duration of this tax stabilization plan. And the way it works is that the $55,000 is premised on the assessed value of the property right now, which is about $1.2 million. And so what this developer pays in taxes currently is what the developer will pay going forward for a period of 4 years. So between 2024 and 2027, the taxes for this property would be $55,000. The city knows it's getting $55,000. The developer knows it's getting $55,000, and the bank is getting $55,000. In year 2028, the expectation is that this project will be developed, the building will be constructed, and the assessed value will then be determined by the town or the city, I'm sorry. And the assessed value at the time of its determination by the city will be the value of the building going forward until it gets reassessed. So we're not changing in any way, shape, or form the way the city assesses its properties or the way the city determines value. All we're saying is that our taxes are frozen for a period, and then your first year in assessment, the only implementation of the tax for that first year of assessment would be 10%. So if the building is being built for 30 million, most likely will be assessed for 30 to 35 million. But even if we take a lowball number of 25 million, 10% of that assessment would be 2.5 million. So your taxes in year 2028 will double. So the city is getting $55,000 this year, be getting $55,000 for the next 3 years. And then in 2028, on this same property, it will double its taxes and get approximately $110,000. In the second year of the phase in, it would be 20%. And so it goes. So, you know, the best way to look at it is the way my client actually described it to me when I explained it to him, and then he gave it back to me. He said, so basically what you're saying is that the cup is half full, and every year you're going to pour more water or more liquid into the cup until it gets fully full and essentially move forward. And that's absolutely correct. In the simplistic of terms and the simplistics of thinking this through, the city is getting a project, is ensuring that that project can be built, and then it's stabilizing its tax for the first 4 years, only then to get more taxes and to double its existing taxes within 4 years. So if someone told you that I can double your investment in 4 years, that's a pretty good investment. And that's essentially what we're proposing. It's not different than what other cities and towns have used, and it's not something that is new to the state. It's something that has been authorized by the General Assembly and been in operation for many years. And I think it's a tool that Cranston has that it has not used all that often. And I know you're one of the concerns, as you heard from Mr. Murray, is, this is a dangerous tool. And why is it a dangerous tool? Because for some, it could be utilized, or for some, it could be considered as being utilized as a way to treat certain projects differently than other projects, or as a way to incentivize incorrectly. But that can be true. And if you add it to this section of the city, you have to think about where and how you want to develop the city. And there's going to be certain projects that are going to create more incentive and revitalize certain areas of the city that you want that revitalization to take place. And I think this is exactly one of those projects. You're looking at the eastern section of the city. You're looking at an area of our city which has really not seen a lot of growth and a lot of residential mass development. You've seen the majority of that concentration of large development to take place in Garden City area, take place in Western Cranston. This is an opportunity to really give a shot in the arm to the eastern side, especially in that area of Doric and Park Avenue for residential. And it is a area that needs more of this kind of development. And I think that my client, Legion Development, recognizes that, has put forth an excellent plan to be developed in that manner. It was approved by the city. It now enters the next stage, which is the stage of financing. And note this, that these tax stabilization programs are not any different than the power you already have to change zoning. You have the power to change zoning, and you do it often. And you do it with the caveat that it's on a case-by-case basis. It's premised upon your comprehensive plan. It's premised upon a planning board review and recommendation to the council. And then it's premised upon conditions. This is the same type of tool that you can utilize in a similar manner, meaning that you do it on a case-by-case basis. You determine the need for the tax stabilization. You determine the effect of the tax stabilization and whether or not that effect is a positive one or a negative one, and whether it's one that incentivizes the development that the city wants, the city needs. And I think that this project meets all of those hurdles. It's one that the city has already shown that it wants, has a commitment for, because of the approval that it gave. And it's also one that's in an area that could use this type of revitalization. In no way does this tax stabilization takes away from your tax base, because you're guaranteed $55,000 in taxes, which is what you're getting now. And it's what you'll get over a short period of time. And then you're going to add to that base in 2028, it literally double it. And that's in writing. So that essentially, in a nutshell, explains for you in a simplistic way tax stabilizations and the reason why this developer is asking for it in hopes that you can give it a fair consideration.
Thank you, sir.
And any questions that you have, I'd be more than happy to address.
Council President.
Thank you. Mr. Mancini, I did have a question for you. With respect to the current amount being the $55,000, and as proposed in this ordinance in the Exhibit A of the 4 years, 2024 through 2027, you'd agree with me, though, that if the city happens to be in the place of need where unfortunately the commercial tax rate is going to increase, as would, unfortunately, let's say we're in a situation, then obviously hand in hand residential rates would increase. You're asking for us to essentially give away the store for those 4 years and not see any increase. while everyone else faces one.
That's correct. I mean, I wouldn't characterize it as giving away the store because I don't think that that number is enough to be that detrimental to the overall health, wealth, and safety of the city. But you've zeroed in on exactly the purpose for which we asked for the tax stabilization is to ensure that during the time period in which we're going through construction, planning, design, and implementation, and then ultimately stabilization of this development, we need those taxes to be certain. We need those taxes to be understood to be what they are. So that is a risk that the developer wants to eliminate and eliminate that risk for its bank so that it knows that the bottom line that it's paying on taxes during a time period when it doesn't have any income is going to be $55,000. And that is the bonus, I guess, that the city is giving them, because the risk you're taking is that during that time period, if there is a catastrophe and the city's rate is going up 10, 20% more than what you're allowed by state law, because by state law, you can only raise your taxes only so much. And I think that's 4% or 6%. But let's say you've got that catastrophe and you need to raise taxes 10%, and you need that $5,500 for the 4 years. That's the risk you're taking. But the benefit is the double of the taxes in just 4 years later. So in 2028, you're going to double your taxes. And then in 2029, your taxes are going to go back up another 10% until finally this $35 million asset that the city has is going to be taxed at 100%, at which point you're more than going to recover whatever you lost in the first 4 years.
In follow-up to that, would your client be adverse to having a stable but set increase in the years of 2024 through 2027 in smaller increments rather than keeping it set at the 55 for the straight 4 years?
Absolutely. As long as it's understood as to what it is. The key is stabilization. So, we're looking at 55, but if you say, hey, it's 55 subject to a 2% increase for years, 2, 3, that's fine. At least it's a number that I can plug into my formula and the bank can say, okay, we know what our taxes are going to be.
It's predictability.
Absolutely. It's predictability. You're right. And if you know, the biggest challenge right now is the unpredictability of interest rates coupled with taxation, coupled with the just uncertainty of the market.
And the other question I have is not so much for you, Mr. Mancini, but more with the administration as to what the administration thoughts are on this and whether or not there's been any look further in terms of a fiscal note corresponding with this ordinance.
I think there's a fundamental question. There are a couple of ordinances on the books for tax, some type of tax incentive programs. And our legal department's having a hard job recognizing where this fits into those ordinances to start. Because there's some for, say, commercial, and there's some for industrial properties. And commercial pretty much it's saying it's defined in the ordinance, any building or structures used essentially for offices or commercial enterprises, including but not limited to professional offices, brokerage and investment services, medical, legal, and insurance uses, and operation centers, bank branches, restaurants, but shall exclude any and all facilities or property used for retail sales. I guess we don't, the legal department doesn't see where this fits into what we have on the books. First of all. Second of all, I don't think this has been properly vetted, frankly. It came directly to the council. We received a phone call from the applicant to Mr. McCauley, given, I think, wanting us to expedite review of this. Frankly, within a couple of days, we didn't find that practical, because we think it could have significant impact, one of which would be this will stick for all apartment complexes developed in the city of Cranston, which you think is the right thing to do, to be fair to everybody. So We think the scope of this, it's quite significant to the city. And there is nothing that fits into even a commercial ordinance for 15 years. The maximum is 10 right now. So those are some of the things. Another thing in the ordinance points out that if the building or the facility sold, that the tax agreement goes away, whereas I believe this goes with the land. In my non-legal interpretation, it stays with the next property owner. So I think it's fraught with conflict. And I think deserves a lot more review than just expediting it through in this fashion. Both, something else to point out, the ordinance was around the books back in 2008 with it enumerates with costs involved, construction costs, expansion costs of X and Y dollars. Difference in cost between 2008 and today's dollars in 2023, 15 years later, may perhaps the ordinance itself should be looked at. So I think the prudent thing to do, prudent recommendation is for the council to take a look at the ordinances that are on the books, revisit them, see what, contemporize those, if you will. And then after that, match up what the applicant is saying. And also in the ordinance that currently exists, there should be a vetting process, obtaining approvals from various departments. We don't see that application, and the mayor has not signed off on that. So for those several reasons, the suggestion is to ponder it further, to both look at the ordinances. It's a recommendation to the council, and then see how this matches up to what the council believes is the best wisdom for the city going forward, take into consideration also on what it means to the city and its finances.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes.
Thank you. I agree, Mr. Moretti. This ordinance does not fit in your current ordinances because your current ordinances speak about exemptions, and the programs that the current ordinances identify are essentially obsolete. This ordinance is derived directly from the General Assembly's authority given to you as a city and town to implement it. And I don't think that you can find a one-size-fit-all ordinance or even a one-size-fit-all program. I think this is something that has to come on a case-by-case basis, and the council has to determine the merit of the ordinance in conjunction with the development. That's how other cities and towns do it. It's one of the tools that they have in incentivizing development within their jurisdiction. I looked at the ordinances. I concur with the solicitors. You're not going to find how this fits in. It doesn't. This is outside of the box, and this is set up to address this project and to address the needs of this project as a residential 75-unit complex. This ordinance is established to go forward and run with the land. That is practical because it has that value intrinsic in it for financing. If it just ended with this developer or this process, it would have no value. So that's essentially the way we're proposing it. As far as a fiscal note, I think that's a very good question, and I think that is something that the council would want to vent through its own process. I'd be happy to identify the fiscal note because the only risk, as I've said previously, is within the first 4 years, which is the time period in which we're asking that the assessment be frozen. Beyond that, there is no negative effect to the city or to the municipality. The negative effect is within that period. And we're talking about $55,000 in taxes. I think the story would be much different if this property was paying zero taxes and had zero to go forward with as a base. But we're giving you $1.2 million as a base and saying we're going to increase after that. You can also condition it that if nothing happens in 2028, that you penalize us, that we go back to where we were and whatever the assessments are paid. And again, I don't have an objection. I think it's a very good point to have a sliding scale in that first 4 years. As long as we can ensure predictability, that's the goal of what we're trying to do here. We're not trying to skirt the obligation of making tax payments to the city. We're just asking for the ability to have predictability and to allow us to stabilize the project as we try to build it.
Thank you. Councilman Paplaskas.
Thank you. I have more comments and I have questions for Mr. Mancini, so I'll just rattle them off now. First, I want to thank the sponsors for bringing this ordinance forward, and I want to thank Mr. Mancini for being here and being so eloquent in explaining it, and also thank Mr. D'Ambrosia for bringing the project forward. I voted for it. I'm happy to see, possibility of it moving forward. It's an exciting project for Ward 2, and I think it's going to be a great addition to the city. That being said, I have reservations, honestly, with this ordinance. I kind of feel like the council's wading into a little bit of uncharted territory. One of the biggest compliments or questions or gripes that I get, being a council person, is when I talk to somebody and I say, hey, XYZ business is coming to Cranston. And then that constituent will fire back, yeah, what'd you give them for tax breaks? What did you do? How much did that cost me to bring them to Cranston? That's one of the things that I get the most when I'm talking to residents. And that's what comes into my mind first when I think of this ordinance. Now, you did mention sometimes, Mr. Mancini, in the past where we have done that. In my 8 years on the council, pretty sure we've done that maybe 3 times. Don't hold me to that. I'm just shooting off the top of my head. You mentioned Honeywell. You mentioned, I think Cadence was one of them, and Taco. And I know for a fact that with most of them, or at least with Cadence and Taco, their industrial additions were added. The tax incentive was only on the addition that was being added. Everything else stayed the same. And with those came with a caveat of creating jobs. So that's very different from providing this type of incentive to a developer that's going to develop apartments. We were talking about the $55,000, number for taxes. What do we spend? $16,000 plus to send a student to Cranston schools? At $55,000 in taxes, at least since 3 students or 3.5 students, you're going to end up building a facility that's going to probably have children living in there going to Cranston schools. So there isn't a net gain as if there would be if they were businesses. I preface those comments saying I'm excited for the project that Mr. D'Ambrosia brought forward, but this ordinance in its current form, I can't support for the reasons I brought up. I'm happy to, after discussion, maybe to make a motion to table it if the council sees fit, gives it time to get a fiscal note, and maybe have a more global discussion on this. But I do worry about opening the floodgates for more developers and more apartments to get those incentives when we are sending children to the schools, and that's what I worry about. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And just as as the chairman of the Finance Committee, I do agree with Councilman Paplaskas, as well with Council President Marino, the need for a fiscal note, as well as with the administration. So if members of the committee wish to continue to ask questions this evening, I'll certainly allow it. My personal preference, I would like to see this continue to next month in order to try and obtain some more information about the fiscal impact here. And we can certainly continue the conversation and discussion at that point. But I'll allow members of the committee to continue to speak if they so wish this evening.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just respond.
Sure, quickly, please.
I will. I'll be briefly. And I want to respond because they're very good points. And your first point is well taken, and you get that a lot. Well, what did you do to bring so and so in? What did you give away the store? And it's correct. It's unfortunate that cities and towns have to compete against each other to try to bring in the same businesses. I mean, very rarely are we able to compete against Connecticut or Massachusetts and bring an outer state company into our municipality. And what we do find ourselves doing often is competing against Providence and Johnston and Warwick to try to get business to relocate. And the worst thing that happened is for there to be a race between the municipalities to try to do that. And so you certainly don't want to use the tax stabilization as a weapon to in that format. And And you're also right in that in the times that we have utilized this tax stabilization or tax exemptions, which are on the books now, are for commercial and industrial purposes, and they come with the incentivization, the incentive of creating more jobs. And that's an important thing to do in any municipality, is to grow your commercial and industrial base, because you get your biggest bang for your dollar by doing it that way. Residential growth comes with a fiscal note because it comes with the expense of police and fire and schools. But we've now found ourselves to be in a reverse situation where we now want to see more residential development and more affordable residential development, because we're now behind the 8 ball. The city doesn't have enough housing. It doesn't have enough affordable housing. And affordability is something that gets kicked around like it's nothing nowadays. No one knows what affordable is anymore. But that is something that municipalities are dealing with, and Cranston has to deal with. Cranston is exempt from the 10% affordable comprehensive permits, so you're not going to see those. But you're going to see these types of developments, and these types of developments do have school-based children. But in the first 4 years, in which this developer is paying the stabilized rate, you're not going to have an impact to your services. You're not going to have an impact to police, fire, and to schools, because they're building. They're not there. They haven't come yet. They do come in year 2028. And in that year, you've doubled your taxes. And by the time that you get to full assessment, you're gonna exceed the cost. And we can do that number for you as well in conjunction with your fiscal note to show you that this does have a positive impact from a number perspective, and that you're not behind the 8 ball when it comes to giving this stabilization out. And finally, the fear of the floodgate is fair and reasonable. Certainly you don't want to open up a Pandora's box, but you hold the ultimate key. That's like saying, well, we don't want zone changes in our city, and we don't want to give this person a zone change because that will incentivize somebody else to come in for a zone change. At the end of the day, anybody is able, willing, and should be permitted to petition this council for anything that they believe is beneficial for the town or for the city rather. And then this is what this is. This is an opportunity to engage in a different discussion for a new direction. And the direction is, how does Cranston address residential development? And is it something where it wants to incentivize developers to do in a meaningful manner? And this is a tool in which to do it in. And we want to start that discussion. I think Mr. Murray's here for a reason, and a good reason. He wants to hear, how crazy I am and how insane I'm going to propose this and see where it lands. But this isn't crazy. This has been done in other municipalities. It's been done successfully, and it should be done in Cranston in a successful manner. And just because it's not in your books, you shouldn't ignore it, because what you do have in your books doesn't work now. And that's why you haven't seen a lot of it. And, you may be getting good development, but you could be getting more.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jermaine, and then Councilwoman Renzulli. I just saw with your hand up.
Thank you, Chair.
And then Councilman Ferry.
So this project coming toward too, and that I think all of us really think it's a good thing, as we lack housing in our city. I understand all the reserve, and I agree we need the fiscal note, but asking for a fiscal note for something you don't even have yet. You don't have anything yet. So for me, what I understand from that proposal is, hey, I want to do this. While I am preparing to do this, give me some flexibility. For those who, I'm not a lawyer, I don't know all those terms. It's saying, I'm working with you, but work with me too, because this is an investment for all people who do business. You have 4 years to have your business to take off. So if the city cannot tell a developer, hey, I want you to come here. I want more housing here. I want that. So I'm gonna work with you as well. So while you're building, while you're spending, because for those 2-3 years, you have to build those housing, you have nothing coming in. So while you have nothing coming in, it's not an exemption, not paying taxes. It's telling me, working with me to help me finish building. And then once my business take off, and then we can get it done. That's what I understand. I don't know if I'm not clear, just clear me out for those people listening and asking questions. Because that fiscal note for what you anticipate. So in 2 years, what you anticipate, how much the housing's gonna cost, how much you go in, because you don't have any housing here, you have a building on construction. And I think if we done it, that's the thing, if we have done this in other city, why not Queenstown? Why we have to be staying in the past? As we are now, we need more housing. So for me, I think it's a win-win working for what we need for the city. I don't see we lose anything here. I don't see it. If we didn't have the construction coming, we will need a fiscal note. Excuse me. So I think all the opinion are important, but let's be clear. Let's be clear. You all have business. And I know one thing, when you start the first year, you have an investment there, you have nothing coming in, but you're paying. So when I start my business taking off, I'm repeating myself, but when your business taking off, and then, okay, we can go say, this is the win-win, working together to get it done in the city. That's what I think. And that's why I think we should reconsider and vote it for.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. I'll defer to Councilman Ferry to go first, since he's the main sponsor of this ordinance.
Councilman Ferry.
Thank you. I'll be short. Let's first all remember that we are talking about housing. Something that we have all sat here and agreed we don't have enough of. And there is an affordable component in this project. And the reason I have sponsored this ordinance is because I feel that we need to do everything in our power to see that this project happens. Because ultimately, we're looking at a $600,000 tax payment to the city if this project is done and it costs $30 million or it's appraised at $30 million. That's my estimate. Did I do my math right?
You just don't hold me to it when we pull that building permit.
Okay. So we do have tax incentive programs for commercially zoned property in the city. I mean, I went on and looked and they were not very clear as to how they're used or how they're written or when the last time we've used them, but they do exist. This does not fit into that. I've always looked at this as a completely separate thing of its own. So it doesn't fit into one of those plans, not in my eyes anyways. Okay. We do not have a tax stabilization plan for housing on the books in this city. Maybe we should. Maybe that's why things have been slow. We haven't been getting affordable housing. And when people want to build where the brewery was, that they don't even consider housing because they just can't afford to do it. And we don't give them any incentive to do it. So that, I'm looking at it that way. So I think we need to look at this project as an individual project and not say, let's try and come up with a one plan fits all, because I don't think we can come up with a one plan fits all, because there are varying parts of the city. There are different demands. There are different needs. And this piece of property is already generating $55,000 in taxes and sales taxes, and it employs people. And it's not like an empty lot sitting somewhere on Oak Lawn Avenue or anywhere else where the city's getting zero money from it. And I know those projects are going to be just as important to the city down the road. And maybe we look at them in an individual basis and see if there's anything we can do. But we have to do something to make this project affordable for the developer. That's how I see it. And if we don't do anything and the project doesn't happen, we're all going to sit here 2 years from now going, why didn't we do something about it? That's how I feel. And I don't have the answer, all the answers. I don't know what they are, but the bottom line is, sitting here, I think it's my obligation to do everything in my power to help this become a reality. And I think we're all committed to that in one way or another. So if we're going to sit here and try and debate coming up with a one plan fits all, that's going to take us a long time. I don't know if he has the time for that. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe they're going to reach a point where that property never generates more than $55,000 worth of taxes. And we don't get the housing that we need. So those are my feelings about this. You know, if this has to be modified at all, if it has to be looked at, I'm okay with that. But the bottom line is we can't throw it in the garbage. It's just not a feasible solution. We have to offer something to get people to build housing in this city. It just has to be done. And we have somebody here who wants to build some affordable housing in this city in a spot that needs it. And we have the Housing Commission on record standing right at that podium less than a week ago saying, this is a vital project, the gateway of this city. It's vital. That's how it was described. And I think of that and I go, yeah, so what do we got to do? We got to do whatever it takes. We got to sit down at the table, the planning department, zoning department, whatever we got to do, we got to figure out how to get this done. And if giving them some kind of a tax and stabilization is part of the answer, then we need to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Ferry. Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you, Chairman. While I am not a voting member of this committee, I did sign on as a co-sponsor because I do know that a well-designed tax stabilization plan can be a useful tool for promoting economic development in the city. But it's also important that we ensure this is implemented in a way that's fiscally responsible and measured to avoid the negative impacts that have been brought up this evening. I would agree with Council President Marino that some kind of increase from years 1 to 4 would be necessary to make this work. And I would say that off the bat, this is entirely too long, and I could not vote in full council for anything over 10 years. After this is built, and it's going to be filled very quickly, and income is going to be generated. I would question whether or not the developer can afford to do this without tax stabilization, but I don't know if that's really for us to judge what the developer's finances are, and if it's going to help build this, then I think that it's something we need to consider. But perhaps we could take a more global perspective and redesign our program altogether in a way that minimizes the fiscal impact and maximizes benefits to our citizens as a whole. If you see what Providence has done, and I believe the last 2 years, they did redesign their programs to be more level, and the city council can still individually modify different tax stabilizations for projects that come in, but there's a process. And they did also, we already incorporate affordable housing, but we could incorporate green initiatives, women, utilizing women and minority owned businesses within the city, et cetera, et cetera. Like Councilman Ferry said, we might not have time to reinvent the wheel before we do this project. And we might need to modify what we have before us. But this is not the first, and well, it's the first recently, but it's not going to be the last thing that comes before us. So we need to decide on a more macro level what we want to allow. And I think we need to make it an even playing field. But I do thank Mr. D'Ambrosio, Mr. Mancini for bringing this forward, because I think it's a great place to start. And like was stated already, the city is not actually losing money on taxes until there are residents living there who could possibly be going to school. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Renzulli, Council President Marino.
Thank you, to the chair. I just wanted to clarify some things in case there was some confusion early this evening. I respect and admire and appreciate Mr. Mancini advocating for his client, Mr. D'Ambrosio for putting forth this project. And we as a council, it was all of us here, approved of the zoning change and planning did. So we have done things to encourage housing. That was the point that I'm pretty sure the majority, if not all of us, expressed at the time that we approved of the zoning change. And I agree with Mr. Mancini in terms of, the need for predictability. I'm sure for your client, the burden that we have here as council members is that the developer, asked for the zoning change, is invested in this property. It's a business deal, and there's a certain calculation and risk that comes with that. But as council members, the burden that we're posed with is at the end of the day, the financial burden here will not be borne on the back of the taxpayer. That's what we are all looking out for here. And as the proposal currently stands, it's not something that I can agree with. These numbers would need to be reworked. And the other thing I'd like to mention tonight is the mention of the need for a fiscal note. That's not something that we pull out of thin air. That's something that our local laws require us to have before we can pass an ordinance such as this. And when we are talking about this kind of money for this long of a duration, it is absolutely prudent and our burden to make sure that we have that. And that in no way, shape, or form means that we are not for affordable housing, and it does not mean that we are causing any type of unreasonable delay.
If I may, through the chair.
Respectfully, I'm not sure any question was addressed.
I want to address the issue as to okay, whatever, it's your committee, whatever.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the committee that have any comment? Yes, Councilman Campiano.
I am very excited about this project and I look forward to it coming to fruition, but I also agree with Councilman Ferry and Councilman Paplowski. There's a lot going on here and there's a lot in here. I don't know if I can make a motion to continue this to get a fiscal note and to digest what's going on here a little bit more. It's a lot to make a decision tonight. So.
Thank you, Councilman Campiano. So the motion before us right now is a motion to approve. I don't know if we need does the solicitor wish to weigh in on the matter of the? So if the clerk, who made the motion to approve?
Councilwoman Jermaine.
Councilwoman Jermaine, do you, Councilman Campiano has indicated a wish to continue, and I would agree with that request. Is there interest to withdraw the motion to approve?
Okay,
1 month.
withdraw the motion.
We have a motion to continue?
Motion continue.
Second.
All right, Councilman Paplowski.
Under discussion through the chair to Director Moretti or Director Zadelis. I think the charter says the finance director needs to put the fiscal note together. Do you have enough time? I know the budget's coming up. How much time do you need? Is 1 month enough? We have a motion on the floor for a month, so I'll just. Would you want to get into it and then let us know on next month? I mean.
Combination between multiple departments, that being the assessors, planning and development. At this point in time, if it's a format that you'll accept that I've used before, we can probably do it within a month.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Thank you, Director Zadelis. I will, the only thing I'll add is, like everyone else that was on the council at the time, we voted unanimously to approve of the zone change just a few months ago. I think it's pretty well known how I feel about the need for affordable housing, which is why I voted to approve the development, and incredibly excited about this. This is an entirely separate issue about the finances of the city, and I think that more information is required. So at this time, we have a motion before us to continue. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilman Donegan,
Yes.
Councilman Ferry,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jermaine,
Yes.
Councilman Campiano,
Yes.
Councilman Paplaskas, Council President Reno.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. With us this evening and for several hours has been Christine Phillips from the Providence Warwick Convention and Visitors Bureau here to give us a brief presentation. If we could, I would like to entertain a motion to take the docket out of order.
So moved.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Ayes have it. At this time, I'd like to welcome Christine Phillips from Providence Warwick Convention and Visitors Bureau to provide us with an update on the tourism partnership that we have with PWCVB, otherwise known as Go Providence. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I promise I'll be quick, like 5 minutes tops. So Kristen Adamo, our CEO, came before you last year and entered an agreement with the council about us promoting Cranston as a tourism destination. And what we had agreed to is we'll do it for a year, see how it works, see if you're happy. And if you choose to continue, it would be a $10,000 investment. So I just wanted to kind of briefly show you what we did. And I'll tell you our largest obstacle was getting in touch with the businesses, getting their information and getting them to participate. I think there's ways around that with the help of all of you in reaching out to your constituents. But we bought GoProvidenceRI.com, which is on our site, and any marketing that we do goes right back to our website. So Cranston is prominently displayed on our site. Typically, what we had in the past is we're Providence and Warwick. So we, on page 2, you'll see Providence is separated by neighborhood. Then we just have Warwick. We've added Cranston to that. So if you wanted to search for a restaurant or a store, etc., there is a Cranston drop down. We featured a shot from Chapel Grill on the Fall Winter Visitors Guide. Anyone that wants information and coming to the area refers to the Visitors Guide, which is online and mailed out. We included Cranston businesses and stories in the Visitors Guide, the Crepe Corner, Twin Oaks, as far as Garden City, Park Theater. We have a lot of events on our pages for Park Theater and Garden City because we do a lot of work with them. So they send us the information. So any information that we have from Cranston is only going to help. We've done a lot of blogs, and if you want to look at those blogs, they are live on the site. So you can go and look at those, see how we promote in Cranston. And again, any ideas? We are a small office with a very small marketing team. The benefit of that is you call us and say, hey, can you, this is happening. Can you promote this? We will, as long as it's something that a visitor or even a local that is from Northern Rhode Island and might not know what's happening would be interested in coming to. We separated out Cranston in the visitors guide and the listings. For restaurant weeks, we also run restaurant weeks and we just started running pizza week. So if you'll see all the advertising that we've done for restaurant weeks, it says it's called Providence Restaurant Weeks, but then underneath Providence, Warwick, Cranston. So we've basically for this past year made Cranston a part of all of our marketing campaigns. Also, the Rhode Island Sports Commission, which is under our umbrella, if any of you have hockey players in your family, we use the ice. I guess Cranston Vets Ice Rink is one of only 2 of the large ones in Rhode Island. And when we bring in a lot of these hockey tournaments, which is like from all over New England, we use every sheet of ice. If there's a basketball tournament, we use every court because there's so many kids that are coming to play. So we have used the rink, we've used the Chafee Athletic and Rec Center, Cranston Stebbins Stadium we have used. It was host of the primetime lacrosse for the first time in 2022 and a finalist to be used for the American Youth Football New England Regionals. But we are doing more and more of that. And I think, yes, you're getting the tax dollars from tourists coming to the area, the people that are here for meetings and conventions. But I think the biggest thing is from these sporting events that we bring in, and they basically cover the entire state. But you'll see where they are in Cranston. We would also love for you to get a hotel at some point because we could use those a lot, especially for the sporting events. Does anyone have any questions? Was that fast enough? It's kind of fun stuff, right? Instead of.
Councilman Paplaskas.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Just checked your website out. Very nice. And you might have said this during your presentation and I was scrolling through, seeing how many Knightsville restaurants are in there. How does a restaurant get on your website or get advertised? Because I represent Knightsville and I think we're the best.
All you have to do is send us the information on the restaurant and we will put it up there. You'll see the ones that have images and more of more information on the restaurant. Those are CVB members.
Okay.
We will also put any restaurant up on the site. We want, and especially if we could use your help with Pizza Week, which is coming up. I mean, come on.
We got good pizza in Knightsville.
Yeah.
Is your contact information on the website?
No, it isn't, but I have my business card.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to send you an email, probably before this meeting's over. Shoot me some information on how to get on the website and I'll forward it to a few restaurants that I didn't see on there and try to get them on the website. Thank you. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you. I'm just, and you might have said this, up until this point, how is it that you've gotten into contact with these just like cold calling? Are you working with someone within the city? I don't mean to be anything, but I'm very active in social media and in sports and in eating. So I haven't seen a ton of this promotion anywhere. So I'm just trying to recognize where it is so that I can also promote it.
I could use all of your help. And I was supposed to meet with you and Ed Brady was going to make an introduction because he said that you would have a lot of the contacts for me. We have gone through Yelp, people in our office. We've met with Councilman Donegan telling us, the challenge we were having. I met with Garden City and I had them give us the information for every single business in Garden City. We did a lot with Chapel View, as much as we possibly could, but anything we can get, we would promote.
Because I think this is just more of a discussion. We all just sat through a safety services meeting. Restaurants come in every month and get their licenses. So that'd be the perfect opportunity to somehow siphon that information over to you. They're getting a license, they're opening, then we have grand openings. We have all sorts of activities that I just want to make sure that it's probably difficult to do your job if you're not getting the information that you need to do so. Because you're not, hired to cold call places. So I just think that
And
we
when
need to.
have cold calls, which we have tried to do, they're like, we don't know.
Yeah, they probably think it's a scam. because it's all different, they're getting called by all different
Right,
places. So I just
right.
think that we have to probably come up with a way to really strategize how we do this, because yes.
Point of information, maybe Director Paulino can help distribute this information to the restaurants in Cranston. Just a thought.
Perhaps.
He's our Economic Development Director.
And we can get anything that he would need. We can, write an email. We can provide any type of like a PDF information, whatever. That would be great.
Can I give you my card since you're
Yes,
here?
please. But Pizza Week is coming up in April, and right now we're kind of.
I did see that the Big Cheese is here on page 3, which
They need to compete.
they do, because I'll throw it down right now that I think the Big Cheese has the best pizza in Cranston. Uh, Sorry, Chris. Does anyone, Councilwoman Jermaine?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I was about to ask you, did you work with the Director of Development, Economic Development, and Councilman Parouska just put it at the point of information. So that was, I was gonna ask you. When you said Pizza Week, it's April, actually, April is Diversity Month. And I'm working on a project to see, well, next year, I don't think we can do it now, but probably that's something we can start off, Diversity Month, Pizza Week, right in Wall Square. So because I am already talking to a lot of people, so to see how we can start a diversity festival in Wall Square. And starting with Pizza Week, I think that's a good idea. We can start off if everybody involved. We passed a resolution 2 years ago, celebrate Diversity Month. I think if all the council, the administration, we all can get together, we kick off Pizza Week with Diversity Month festival, that will be wonderful. So I think working with Mr. Paulino, who is the Economic Development Director, to give you all those, restaurant. We have a lot of pizza place in Wall Square, right? So that's something I think I would like to work with you in that to kick off this Pizza
That would be
Week.
great. That would be great. And we would love to promote something like that.
Thank you
Thank
again
you.
for your
Thank you
time.
so much for your time.
Thank you. All right, I'm just gonna go through since we're out of order, the rest of the items under my communications, and then we'll go back up to the real estate matters. Fiscal year 23 mid-year review, we can remove that from the docket. That was in an incidental carryover on my part. The Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank programs, I know that this is something that I believe Councilwoman Marino also had interest in. She's not in the room at the moment, so until she comes back, if we could, community development expenditures, and I know I had communicated via email with Director Moretti, just looking for, and obviously Director Tomasiello, about how the programs are doing so far this year, which programs are being utilized through community development, which programs are not being utilized by the community.
Thank you, Chairman Donegan, council members. I've got a bunch of information here. I don't think we're gonna go through all of it because of the time restraints, but basically, the grant for this year was $1,054,155. All of that money has been allocated, but to date, we've only had expenditures of $335,657. Obviously, there's still a long way to go in this year. All of it will be used. I have a breakdown of the main programs that we coordinate right out of our office. If you want to get into the breakdowns of which ones are popular, which ones are not, I have the figures for that, so forth. If you want to get that detailed.
Honestly, if you have the figures, yeah, do you want to?
I can either present them or I can email them to you separately.
Well, I'll give you the option because you have sat here. So it's 9:17, but you've been here. So if you want to talk about it, you've earned that right. You can talk about it.
All right, thank
But
you.
if you'd prefer to put it in an email or put it in an email, that's,
Well, just briefly, I'll do it quick. Obviously, our biggest program that we coordinate is the housing rehab. We've allocated $450,000 to date. We've paid out $157,087. We've completed or have in progress right now 16 projects. And that can range from anywhere from siding on a home, roofs, furnaces, whatever is needed in someone's home to bring it up to good livable standards. Obviously, they do have to meet all HUD requirements for income. And depending on how it goes, whether it's a 0% deferred loan or a 2% amortized loan, depends on their salary. The other big program that we've had this year was heating assistance. Obviously, with the cost of heating going up, we allocated $18,000. To date, we paid out $15,672. And that's because we've got a couple of more bills in. So at 18,000 is in essence gone. So the city scholarship program, we will be paying out $6,000 to students going on to post-secondary education. Closing costs and down payment assistance are two of the programs that we're having a little difficulty in getting some action. Reason for that is our action plan states that we can only go up to $3,000 on down payments and up to $5,000 on the closing cost assistance. Presently in Rhode Island Housing is offering $17,500 total. So we just can't be competitive with that right now. The other area where we have not been able to find some action is the affordable housing acquisition. This is a program where we buy a foreclosed home. It can only be a foreclosed home. We remodel it and then we sell it to a low to moderate income family. We just can't find properties to buy in. Even the foreclosed properties, $450,000. And it doesn't make sense for us to purchase those because then we can't sell them to a low mod person because they can't meet the bank's requirements for a loan. So it's a little difficult there. Obviously, we've also grants that we award through the year. Organizations like the Hope Center, Senior Services, CCAP, the Blessed Mother Mary Food Bank, and so forth, remedial, after-school remedial program. I believe they're allocated $187,000 for this year. But so far, we've only paid out probably about $40,000 because as they send in bills, we pay them off. So, and that's basically a quick overview of it. But like I said, the programs that are really being used are the rehab and the heating assistance. Any questions?
Councilman Paplaskas.
It's starting to warm up a little bit now, but if someone reaches out to one of us and needs help with heating assistance, or if there's somebody that watches this on YouTube, what's the best way for them to get in contact with you?
Just call the office.
Okay.
Community Development Office.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Okay, thank you.
Much appreciated. If we could, we go back to Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank programs. Generally, just looking for, what we as a city are doing to try and take best advantage of some of the financing programs that and plans that they have available to defer some of the costs for the city while also making, investments in the community. Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I can address your, the infrastructure bank on two fronts. First thing is the mayor's office is trying to coordinate a meeting with the infrastructure bank. Now that's the first part. The second part is I've done a cursory review of the programs, and there are certain types of activities within the capital improvement budget that tie into what they offer for programs, that being predominantly the bridge work in some of the solar power, the renewable energy. So what's being currently proposed in the next year's CIP may fit within the wheelhouse which they have with the infrastructure bank program. So that's something that we're looking at currently. And like I said, the mayor's office is requesting a meeting with the infrastructure bank.
Thank you. I know that they have programs, I think, that are partly funded through the federal government. Some might be funded through from the state. I know there's been conversations about, increasing lead poisoning in the city. And I think they do have programs for lead service line replacement. When that conversation occurs with the mayor's department and the infrastructure bank, could that possibly be something that's discussed? The potential to implement some sort of lead service line replacement program or funding?
Mr. Chairman, that can be discussed.
Thank you. Council President Marino, excuse me.
Yep. Just on this topic of the city's discussions with the infrastructure bank, I know I've expressed it to the administration previously about a great desire for us to avail ourselves of signing up for the municipal resiliency program where it's at least 13 other cities and towns. It might be as many as 16 or 17 have signed up so that we would be able to avail ourselves of different opportunities for funding through the infrastructure bank of sizable sums, particularly with capital budget type projects. And I hope that's something that the administration will keep in mind when scheduling a meeting with the infrastructure bank. And the other thing I wanted to ask is, Mr. Moretti, I know I mentioned it to you, I think in an email, but it was probably over a month ago now, what the status is of the septic loan program. Thanks.
Yes, I think I may have mentioned that the hiring of a consultant took place to develop a plan or program. That program has come back to Public Works and for review. Was told that it should be back out to DEM definitely by the end of the month, probably earlier, in terms of the city's proposal that DEM has to, the city's plan or program that DEM has to approve. Word is that there's a very receptive individual over at DEM that reviews things fairly expeditiously. The ball will be in their court. I don't have the exact time frame, but it should be out of our hands probably within about 2-3 weeks.
Thank you for that update.
Councilwoman Renzulli.
Thank you. Through the chair to the director. Director, could you just tell me who applies for these grants? Is it through each individual department or does our grant writer do it? How does it work? Because I know the infrastructure bank just gave money to complete with the ADA requirements for the Knightsville Park.
Yeah.
So is it on a project basis or department submit stuff? I'm just wondering how the process is.
There are some grants that we know that come and go each year. But we do work with the grant writer. And it's on her radar because that's her expertise. Certainly, she's on top of things very much so because she represents other cities and towns. She's well penetrated within the state. So certainly she'll come forward with various grant opportunities. We'll hear about them. Director Paulino will hear of some and make contact with her as the grant writer. And that's typically it. A fire, the chief has kind of does his own thing to a large extent because dealing with FEMA and obtaining the SAFER grant recently awarded in a big fire truck.
Thank you.
That was a lattice truck, $1 million that was awarded through the chief's efforts. But it takes a couple of years to come in. Big red truck.
Thank you. Oh, Councilwoman Jermaine.
Thank you. This is just curiously, I'm just educating myself. Is, for example, Park and Recreation can apply for this grant as well on the infrastructure bank? Can they?
Was that Parks and Recreation?
Yes, for example, I remember last time we have the director Tisaglia when we were asking for repair of some of the parks we have. For example, Doric Park is in a very dear situation that needs basketball court repair. And he was talking about there is no money really, there was no money allocated for that. So for example, if parks can submit their own requests like hope for Doric Park to be repaired, is that something that is possible?
Yeah, it's basically having the knowledge that those grants are available, those opportunities are available. Certainly, I could tell you that the answer would be yes. We can contact. I'll make sure our director contacts Ms. Andoja, or feel free to have Ms. Andoja on us. That's great because she'll, oftentimes be the person that is best suited to submit the grants, but certainly we'll do the legwork in terms of the narratives and the budgets to be able to provide her for the submission, and she'll dress them up to in the format that best sells, frankly. So we'll definitely put that on the radar. It's certainly worthy if there's opportunities available. To update you, there are 2 grants that Ms. Andoja is working with us for submission, federal grants. One is additional money for, I'll say, for Knightsville Streetscape for the commercial zone as a potential next phase. And then also for the further funding for the Budlong Pool. And those 2 applications will be going in as congressional designated grants to Senator Reid's office and Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other discussion on that matter, the legal vendors report. At the full council meeting last week, there were what appeared to be some possible discrepancies in the report that was provided to us. Certainly differences from what I've seen for 5 years. So I'm wondering, is it the legal department that generates that report or is it Mr. Igo?
It's the legal department. Anna Marino, she's the clerk in that office who prepares that document. She works 1 day a week. But I wasn't here, but I was attending at home or listening at home or tuned in. And basically looking for the case of the reference as to what is that the crux of it that just needs to be included in the reports that disappeared for some reason.
That was one, and Councilwoman Renzulli?
I believe it might have been Council President Marino had pointed out that perhaps there was a missing case or attorney's fees. There was no billing for someone that we know is working for the city.
Yes, and that, well, one of the reasons I asked is there was, when a matter came before us, someone represented themselves to the effect of that they had been paid by the city in the past for legal services, and their name has never appeared on any of the reports that I can recall seeing. So I'm wondering if Mr. Igo could generate a report that has any legal vendor and provide that to the Finance Committee.
Yes. It's gonna be, yes, I will tend to that. If it'll fall back on me and I'll do it. But yes,
Apologies, but
I'll work with them, but there's a little bit of an effort there.
Council President?
Thanks. Yet to Councilwoman Renzulli's point and Councilman Donegan's point, the information missing where actual pending cases was formally listed wasn't on the report, but most importantly is that I know of, I won't say which firms they are, but I know for a fact there are at least 2 firms that I know of that have been paid by the city to handle litigation, some of which is pending. One I believe may have recently settled, and their names have never been on the list. So it begs the question, who else? What other firms are not on that list that we haven't seen? So I think it would be best, to Councilman Donegan's point, if Director Igo, I'm not sure what his title is now, but
Controller.
Okay, Comptroller Igo generates that report, because what we're getting from the legal department has not been accurate. Thanks.
All right, no other discussion on that. The last remaining item under my communications is the audit. It was received. Everyone should have received it from Rosalba. Ms. Annie had forwarded that to everyone, I believe, last week. Does anyone at the moment have any questions about the audit? No? Okay. If you do, please direct them to Mr. Moretti and Mr. Zavelis. Going back to real estate tax abatements, votes will be taken. I'll entertain a motion on real estate tax abatements.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Tax Assessment Board of Review assessed December 31st, 2021. This is before us for informational purposes only, and no votes will be taken. Any questions on this matter? Seeing none, moving on. Tax interest waiver approvals. I'll entertain a motion.
So motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. And then tax interest waiver denials. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
There's no further business before us this evening. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. We're adjourned.